Welcome everyone to the House Committee on Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs for our 2 p.m. hearing on Friday, February 21st, 2025. Here we are in conference room 325. Thank you to everyone who's here today providing testimony. I'd like to ask, if you are providing testimony, that if you could keep it to 2 minutes. At that point, I'll ask you to summarize. If you're testifying via Zoom, please keep yourself muted and your video off until you testify, when you turn everything on, and then turn it off again when your testimony is complete. Use the Zoom chat function to chat with our excellent technical staff here. They could help you out as best they can, but please don't send me any messages because they don't make it all the way to me. If you're disconnected, please don't panic. Just rejoin as soon as you can, and we'll do our best to fit you in to provide your testimony. If the power goes off here in the building and the network fails, we will reschedule and post appropriate notice so you'll know when we're meeting. And please, if you're testifying on Zoom, do not use any trademarked or copyrighted images. That kicks us off of YouTube, and that's a problem because we really want to be visible to the public so that everyone can watch what we're doing. Please conduct yourself with aloha, no profanity or uncivil behavior. It's okay to disagree, but let's not be disagreeable. We're all here to try to do the best thing for the state of Hawaii. Let's go ahead and get started. First up is House Bill 194 relating to Maritime Day. This measure designates May 22nd of each year as Maritime Day. First up, we have testimony, written testimony in support from Hawaii State AFL-CIO, written testimony in support from Hawaii Nurses Association, testimony from Michael Goloich, Pride at Work, Hawaii, not present, testimony from University of Hawaii Professional Assembly, Christian Fern, not present. Testimony from Irish Barber. These are all in support. And finally, testimony from Catherine Graveson in support. Mr. Goloich, please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you for Pride at Work Hawaii. Michael Goloich Jr., President, he, him pronouns. We stand in strong support of this bill and we encourage you to pass it. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Michael. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on House Bill 194? If not, any questions? Nope, we'll move on. Thanks very much to the testifiers. Next bill is House Bill 458 relating to Brother Joseph Dutton Day. This designates April 27th of every year as Brother Joseph Dutton Day. First up, we have Keith Regan, Department of Accounting and General Services. But you're not really Keith, but why don't you tell us who you are?
Not. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 458 relating to Brother Joseph Dutton. On behalf of Comptroller Regan of the Department of Accounting and General Services, I am Dr. Adam Jansen, and it is my honor to serve as your State Archivist and Administrator of the Public Archives. We stand in strong support of this bill. As keepers of public memory, we think this is an excellent example to revisit Hawaii's history and learn from it and hold up Brother Joseph Dutton as a role model of somebody who gave of himself, risked his own health to bring humanity to these poor individuals who were exiled onto Kalaupapa. We have the fortune of having Brother Joseph Dutton's files in the archives. So it's not just this nebulous thing. We have his diaries, we have his photos, we have tangible history that we look forward to digitizing and making accessible on the first Brother Joseph Dutton Day so that schools everywhere can use this for education and enrichment. So thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jansen. You got the coolest job.
I agree.
Next, testimony in support from Charles St. Shure. Next, testimony in support from Patrick Boland. Mr. Boland, welcome. Please proceed.
Chair Tennis and Vice Chair Poipoi, thanks for the opportunity to testify. I represent the Joseph Dutton Guild, and of course we're in strong support of the bill. The merits of the bill are expressed very well in Section 1 in the committee report from the previous committee and in the testimony you're receiving today. So you have my written testimony. I won't bother to read it. In summary, Dutton spent the last 44 years of his life in service to the community of Kalapapa settlement and those unfortunates who had been banished there. And this extraordinary life of service and dedication merits the recognition that is provided in this bill. Of course, we'd prefer that the effective date be upon approval, but we won't quibble about that. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm fairly well acquainted with Mr. Dutton's life, so have any questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your advocacy. Next, we have testimony and support from Brenda Rose Duarte. Welcome. Please come up to the podium. Proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm just here because I had a lot of relatives that live there, so I'm a descendant, so I kind of represent the families. That's all I really wanted to do. You have my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony and support of this measure. Appreciate you being here today. And finally, we have testimony, written testimony and support from Dara Yatsushiro. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on House Bill 458? If not, any questions? No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here today. I appreciate it. Just so you know, we're going to go through all the bills in the agenda and then have decision-making at the end. You're welcome to stay, but you don't need to. Well, I will recommend that we move this bill out, just so you know. Okay. Next measure is House Bill 957 relating to Lau Lau Day. This measure designates the first Friday in May of each year as Lau Lau Day in the state. Up first, we have Office of Hawaiian Affairs. In support, next we have written testimony and support from the Hawaii Farm Bureau and from 30 individuals. Lau Lau is very popular. Lau Lau Day is as well. Is there anyone here wishing to testify on House Bill 957? If not, no one asked questions of, so we'll move on. Thank you. Next measure, House Bill 345 relating to the state shrimp. It establishes the Opai'ula as the state shrimp to protect ancholine pool ecosystems throughout Hawaii. We have testimony from the Department of Land and Natural Resources.
Aloha, Chair Tarnas, Vice Chair Poi Poi. Charlie Taylor on behalf of Department of Land and Natural Resources, Division of Aquatic Resources. We stand in strong support of this bill, which proposes to establish the Opai'ula as the state shrimp. So as you probably know, Hawaii is home to the vast majority of ankyline ecosystems in the entire world, and we feel that this measure will promote the protection of these ecosystems and raise awareness about these unique animals that live in them. And Opai'ula is also a culturally significant animal for Native Hawaiians, and it plays a critical role in maintaining the health of these ecosystems, which are very fragile. So mahalo for the opportunity to testify, and I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we have testimony and support from Kua'aina Ulu Au'amo. Welcome.
Hi, aloha, Vice Chair
Aloha.
and Chair and Vice Chair. Sorry, I'm Olale Momi Fisher, advocate with Kua'aina Uluawamo or KUA, and we stand in strong support as well. We helped to get this measure introduced at the request of some of our community members from Hawaii Island that helped to actually protect some of these pools and these shrimp. And this is a second attempt. They tried in 2019. And it didn't move, so we'd really appreciate if you would pass this measure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your advocacy. Next, we have written testimony and support from the Hawaii Wildlife Fund, from Hawaii Ocean Legislative Task Force, and from several individuals. One individual said that they were planning to be on Zoom. Mary Ann Pahukoa, not present. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on House Bill 345? If not, questions, members? Quick question for DLNR. I always wanted to ask this question. Now, we've got the Opai'ula here, the Helicaridina rubra. Is it also, I know there's ankyline pools around the Red Sea, in that area, but there's very few places that have ankyline pools. Do they also have a similar species over there of shrimp?
In the Red Sea in particular?
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure, and there are generally two different types of ankyline systems. We have pools and we have caves.
Yes.
Right, so in terms of, but we in Hawaii mainly have these pools,
Yes.
right? So they have they're
Sure, they're exposed to sunlight.
exposed to
and you've
sunlight,
got
exactly,
some, you know,
photosynthetic organisms.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure about the
That's
Red
okay.
Sea ones. Yeah, sorry. I
That's
wish I
okay.
knew more
I was
about
just really
that.
curious, because it
Yeah.
is a very unique ecosystem. And I was just reading, and I had heard that there are some inculean pools in, I think it's in Saudi Arabia, around the Gulf of Aqaba and up in that area. But it was just a curiosity.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
Thank you
Sorry
very
I
much.
couldn't
That's
help
okay.
you with that,
That's
but-
okay. Thank you very much.
welcome.
Any other questions on House Bill 345? If not, thank you very much to the testifiers. Let's move on. And just so people know, the reason that, you know, the effective date is flawed, a defective effective date, is that the chair wants to have the Senate review it. If they like it, they can put a clean date on it, and then the House, if we like it, we can just agree to it. So that's just the process. So don't worry, don't panic, it's okay. We aren't going to wait till 3,000 to implement the law. Okay, let's move on to the next measure, House Bill 901. On this measure, this is relating to public charter schools. This measure authorizes public charter schools to appeal directly to the Board of Education on matters regarding the school's operations, governance, or funding, with certain exceptions. First up, we have the Attorney General on Zoom. In person, oh, even better. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Chair Tarnas, Vice Chair Poi Poi, members, and Horiuchi, Department of the Attorney General. In our testimony, one technical comment was, because the amendment would be a direct appeal that does not require an exhaustion of remedies, we recommend removing the word administrative from page 2, line 6, to clarify that the exhaustion of administrative remedies before the commission is not required for appeals brought pursuant to new section 302D-15B. Also, we thought that as it was written in the bill, it didn't quite clearly define the events that would be directly appealable to the Board of Education. So to effectuate the intent, we provided some suggested amendments on page 2 of our testimony. We think the amendments will clarify charter schools' expanded rights to appeal to the Board of Education, as well as further clarify the Board of Education's expanded subject matter jurisdiction to entertain those charter school appeals. Thank you. I'll be available for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hariuchi. Next, we have testimony from the Hawaii State Board of Education with comments, and then we have testimony from the Hawaii State Public Charter School Commission. Welcome. Please proceed.
Aloha, Chair Tarnas, Vice Chair Poi Poi, and committee members. The commission, I'm PJ4, Deputy Director on behalf of Dr. Ed No, Executive Director of the Charter Commission. We stand on our submitted testimony with comments regarding HB 901 HD1, and we're happy to answer any questions regarding this measure.
Do you want to highlight your testimony with anything for those who haven't had a chance to read it?
So the comments, there are existing statutes within 302D. 302D5, 302D6, and 302D17 all point towards opportunities for intervention. And as long as none of the amendments conflict with those, we're happy to work with whoever we need to work with to help this move forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And finally, written testimony and support from the Hawaii Public Charter Schools Network. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on House Bill 901? If not, questions, members? Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Chair. There's no one here from Board of Education.
That's correct.
I guess the question would be directed to the commission then. The question is, I wasn't clear, and I appreciate your help on this. Who has the final say on I guess a appeal that the charter schools bring up currently as it stands and as it will be with the new bill?
Any appeal that's brought to the Board of Education, their decision is the final decision,
Okay,
as it stands.
right. Can I ask another question,
Sure.
Chair? Thank you, Chair. and again, I wanted to ask this to the Board of Education, but I'm hoping that maybe you understand and will be able to answer, of course, not for them, but to comment on it. The Board of Education's testimony, as I read it, seems to defer their authority to the State Public Charter Commission.
I don't think they, I don't think, the commission did not read it from that standpoint. The amendments or the additions to this new bill may, let me pause, back up. The commission makes their decisions based on 302D statute and whatnot. If there is an appeal, then it goes to the Board of Education. Once that decision is done, that's a final, the commission then follows through and enacts whatever the Board of Education has directed. So I don't believe they're saying, they're deferring it to us. I think reading the bill, the proposed bill, it's beyond perhaps renewals, applications, and revocation notices, I believe, which is 302D5, 302D6, and 302D17 outline those parts where the commission has the authority.
Okay, thank you.
I think I answered that.
Thank you,
Sorry.
thank you. Was there anyone from the charter school network to ask questions to? Okay, Chair, can I ask another question?
Sure.
Okay, I'll ask you, Commission, since you're there, and appreciate your help again. I guess when I read the Hawaii Public Charter School Network testimony, they were expressing a lot of concerns regarding the relationship with you, the commission, and I guess that was a little concerning. And would you be able to comment on some of the differences that maybe have arisen that this bill is requiring?
If I might, Representative, since that's very good information for you to get, I'd like to focus the discussion on the bill itself rather than go into a wide, broad-ranging discussion. And I would think it would be a good idea for you to meet with the Deputy Director or others to have that discussion about the various issues that might be of concern. But if you could focus your question on the bill, that'd be great.
Point taken, Chair. Thank you. I defer. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, members?
Can I ask?
Certainly, Representative Bellotti.
Because you're the only one here. And I think it's actually very disappointing that the Charter School Network isn't here, so I think that should be noted. Speaking to the bill, can you give an example in recent experience with the commission where there might have been a decision by the board affecting any school's operation, governance, or funding that could have been taken up an appeal under this new bill?
Any decision by the Board of Education?
No, by the commission, right? The authorizer,
By the authorizer?
which is the commission, that affects the school's operation, governance, or funding.
Not from the perspective of the commission. I don't want to speak for the charter network. They certainly have their points of view. From the standpoint of recent decision, school has been selected for non-renewal, and I believe they've gone through the process, and we've given them the opportunities, and their appeal would be forthcoming if they chose to do that. So schools still have the option to do that. I don't know if that's exactly answering your question. I can't recall any recent decisions where we would, the commissioners made a decision that would impede schools. But again, I'm speaking from the commission standpoint. I'm not speaking from the school standpoint, so I don't want to put words in their mouth.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, would you say that the commission's only duties currently are the renewal process and the granting of a charter So it's only it's the authorizer process, correct?
It's the authorizing process, but the monitoring that goes along with it. So once a contract is offered and signed, and then the commission needs to monitor the school's progress towards meeting the contract goals, and then make a decision on whether there is renewal or non-renewal. If something egregious should happen in between that time, then there would be a process for revocation of a contract. If something illegal were to take place, et cetera, then a contract could be revoked.
Okay, so maybe for the education of this committee, could you explain the process of monitoring where the commission may be then rendering decisions that could impact the school's operation, governance, or funding that could create an appeals process?
Currently, the process we have in place is over the course of a contract, which right now they're 5-year terms, our frameworks team goes and does site visits and does desk reviews of the academic framework, the financial framework, and the organizational framework. So we check to see that they're meeting the requirements outlined in 302D. Also, we look at quarterly financial reports that schools need to submit, and our office reviews them as well. Plus, each school is required to turn in an annual audit. The frameworks team conducts site visits twice a year, walking through the school, looking for academic performance, progress, et cetera. That's a very rough overview of a process that takes a lot more time, and members of the staff, we're constantly engaged with schools.
Okay, so that's like a 5-year process. And then when your teams communicate to the commission and a decision is made, what does that process look like?
Currently, at the end of a contract within the renewal process, as it's outlined in statute, it bumps up to, I believe, November of the renewal year, and a report is issued to a school. There are statutory timelines, not 100% sure of, that state when a school then needs to respond and complete their application for renewal, and then the commission then meets and reviews all the material and data. But in the meantime, during the 5 years, commissioners are updated regularly on school performance. Specifically also, there's an annual report that is submitted to the Board of Education and also to the legislature.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Certainly. Representative Peruso.
Aloha. Thank you so much for being here, and also thank you for your work. I feel like the commission in particular has been very useful in dealing with a charter school in my district that has struggled mightily for many, many years and was a source of instability for young people and families in my community. And I'm deeply appreciative of your willingness to work with them, but also to hold them accountable and to hold the underlying foundation accountable. That's really important to me. And I'm curious about the extent to which this measure would undercut your authority and or place more a burden that might not easily be borne by the Board of Education. Because the Board of Education, in my view, they're not well equipped to do the kind of work, the depth of the work that you folks on the commission do. They have their own responsibilities to deal with the entire department. And I worry that asking them to take on the very complicated, knotty issues that you folks on the commission are taking on would be overwhelming for them. And I see them potentially drowning in that kind of work. So I wonder what your view is.
Well, I would defer that answer to the Board of Education. I think respectfully, I don't want to put words again in their mouth. I know from our standpoint and the work that Dr. No has really helped us solidify in his role now as the executive director, we've worked very hard to establish strong relationships with the Board of Education, with the Department of Education, so that we can address any complications or issues that come up during the life of a contract. We're happy to work with whomever, and the network as well. We've reached out significantly and strengthened that relationship, we think, and we continue to work at it if we have more areas to grow. So we will work with whoever we need to work with to help the education landscape here in Hawaii improve and grow and get better.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Certainly. Any other questions, members? If not, thank you very much. Move on to the next measure. House Bill 1066, House Draft 1, relating to the Early Learning Board. Thank you. This measure adds the Head Start State Collaboration Office Director as an ex officio non-voting member of the Early Learning Board and requires the board to invite the president of the Head Start Association of Hawaii or the president's designee to serve as an ex officio non-voting member of the board. First up, we have the Early Learning Board testifying. Elaine Yamashita, please proceed.
Aloha from Maui.
Aloha.
My name is Elaine Yamashita, and I'm the Early Learning Board Chair. We submitted testimony in support, and we stand on our testimony.
Do you want to highlight, do you want to give us any highlights from your testimony, Ms. Yamashita?
We are working to bring our board into compliance with the Head Start Act and the constitution of that. So we reformulated last year, and we're realizing we need to make a few more adjustments to comply with the Head Start Act.
Thank you. That's very helpful information. Appreciate it very much, Ms. Yamashita. Next, we have testimony and support from the Executive Office on Early Learning. Welcome. Please proceed.
Hi, Chair Tarnas, Vice Chair Poipoi, and members of the committee. I'm Yuko Arikawa Cross, Director of the Executive Office on Early Learning. The Executive Office on Early Learning is in strong support of HB 1066, and I thank the committee for hearing this bill. Last year, it was brought to EOEL's attention that the Early Learning Board was previously designated to serve as the Hawaii State Advisory Council for the purposes of the Head Start Act. And as a result, the Early Learning Board needs to comply with certain requirements of the Federal Head Start Act. In 2023, Act 170 restructured the composition of the Early Learning Board, and this bill makes changes needed to realign the new composition with the Head Start Act. The language of the bill, as introduced, adds the State Director of Head Start Collaboration as an ex officio member and invites the President of the Head Start Association of Hawaii or the President's designee to serve as an ex officio member. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else wishing to testify in House Bill 1066? If not, questions, members? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thanks very much to the testifiers. Next measure, House Bill 1069, relating to education. This measure adds 2 voting members that represent the Department of Education and Board of Education to the School Facilities Authority Board. First up, we have Superintendent Hayashi. Welcome. We're honored to have you here.
Aloha, Chair Tarnas, Vice Chair Poipoi, members of the committee, Keith Hayashi, Superintendent, testifying on behalf of the Department of Education. We stand on a written testimony in support of this measure. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Could you highlight why this bill is important to you?
It is. We look most definitely to work together with the School Facilities Authority, and having both the Board of Education Chair and the Superintendent for the Department of Education continues to help solidify that positive relationship.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have written support from the Hawaii State Board of Education. And next, we have testimony with comments from the Hawaii School Facilities Authority. Welcome, sir. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Ricky Fujitani with the School Facilities Authority. We support this governance change. It's quite consistent with other agencies that are administrative attached to have them on the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on House Bill 1069? If not, questions, members? Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask a question to Mr. Hayashi? I understand the importance of communication and implementing the concerns that you have. My question is, what is the current process for the DOE to be involved in the process with the SFA?
Well, the department continues to look for opportunities to collaborate with the School Facilities Authority. And so should this bill pass, it definitely would support that collaboration.
Understood. The question is, what is the current process of collaboration and communication? Is there any formal process of communication?
We do have meetings set up with the School Facilities Authority, and we are working on ensuring that those meetings occur. It is a work in progress, and so we continue to look forward to working together with them.
Okay, I mean, I would just presume that there would be open communication and you could send them emails, you could call them, you could explain concerns, points of information that you would like them to consider, and are those things ongoing?
We definitely we continue to work to improve those modes of communication. I think it's really important that communication is a two-way street for it to be effective. And so we definitely look forward to continue to working with SFA.
Okay, I'm kind of hearing not a clear answer, but appreciate you trying to express yourself. So obviously, you do have concerns with communication then?
Yes, we're always looking for ways to improve what we're doing together with the School Facilities Authority.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? If not, thanks very much to the testifiers. Let's move on to our final measure today, House Bill 1343, relating to education. This measure requires the Board of Education to adopt a policy that bans the use of phones and related devices by students during school hours. First up, we have written testimony with comments from the Hawaii State Board of Education. Next, we have written comments of support from the Hawaii County Office of the Mayor, and written testimony and support from 3 individuals. Is there anyone else wishing to testify in House Bill 1343? Seeing none, thanks very much to all the testifiers on all these measures. We're going to go to the top of the agenda for decision-making. Okay, House Bill 194, House Draft 1, relating to Maritime Day. I propose we pass this out as is. Questions or concerns, members? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on House Bill 194 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Bellotti?
Aye.
Representative Cochran is excused. Representative Hashem?
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa? Excused. Representative Peruso?
Aye.
Representative Takayama? Aye. Representative Todd? Excused. Representative Garcia? Reservations. Representative Shimizu?
Representative Kahalo just arrived. Would you like to vote? We're just,
Please, aye. Okay. Aye for Representative Kahaloa. Representative Shimizu? Okay, recommendation adopted.
thank you. Moving on to the next measure, House Bill 458, House Draft 1, relating to Brother Joseph Dutton Day. On this measure, we just need to make some technical amendments for clarity, consistency, and style, and then I recommend we pass it with those few technical amendments. Any questions or concerns, members? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on House Bill 458 HD1 with amendments. Representatives Cochran and Todd are excused. Are there any noes or reservations? Reservations for Representative Garcia. Okay, hearing no others, recommendation adopted.
Thank you, and thanks to the advocates. Next, House Bill 957, House Draft 1, relating to Lau Lau Day. I recommend we move this out as is. Questions or concerns, members? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on House Bill 957 HD1 as is. Representatives Cochran and Todd are excused. Are there any noes or reservations? No vote. No vote for Representative Garcia. Okay, hearing no others, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next bill, House Bill 345, House Draft 1, relating to the state shrimp. On this measure, we need to make some technical amendments for clarity, consistency, and style. And with those technical amendments, I recommend we pass this. Questions or concerns, members? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on House Bill 345 HD1 with amendments, Representatives Cochran and Todd are excused. Are there any noes or reservations? Hearing none, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. House Bill 901, House Draft 1, relating to public charter schools. I would like to adopt the recommended amendments from the Attorney General. I do have prior concurrence from the Education Chair. With those amendments, I would like to move this out. Questions or concerns, members? Representative Peruso.
I have the same concerns I expressed during my questioning, so I'm going to be a no on this bill.
Understood. Thank you. Other questions or concerns? If not,
What,
oh,
can I
yes,
just note-
Representative Bellotti.
I think, just because this was such a curious bill, I did look into the testimony in the earlier commission, in the earlier hearing, and I think there was a notation that this would create a lot of work for the board, and that they might need additional resources to be able to take on a timely, a potentially heavy appeals process. So that's just one of the concerns. So for that reason, I'll vote with reservations.
Understood. I'm just looking at the Board of Education testimony. I don't mention anything about that this time around, but I appreciate you letting me know that that's what they said in earlier testimony.
It was in fact actually not the board, it was Waialae Charter School noting that
Oh,
the Board of Education would need adequate resources and capacity to handle these appeals.
okay. So it was one of the charter schools that
Yeah,
mentioned it. Great.
recognizing
All right,
that they would need resources.
Thank you for that information. Other questions or concerns? If not, recommendation to move out HB 901 HD1 with amendments. Vice Chair for the vote?
Voting on HB 901 HD1 with amendments, Representative Cochran and Todd are excused. I have a with reservations for Rep. Bellotti and a no vote for Rep. Peruso. Are there any additional noes or reservations? Okay, hearing none, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next measure, House Bill 1066, House Draft 1, relating to the Early Learning Board. I'd like to move this out as is. Questions or concerns, members? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on House Bill 1066 HD1, Representatives Cochran and Todd are excused. Are there any noes or reservations? Hearing none, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Next bill, House Bill 1069, House Draft 1, relating to education. I recommend we move this out as is. Questions or concerns, members? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on House Bill 1069 HD1 as is, Representatives Cochran and Todd are excused. Are there any noes or reservations? Reservations for Representative Garcia. Okay, hearing no others, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. Final bill, House Bill 1343, House Draft 1, relating to education. I recommend we move this out as is. Questions or concerns, members? If not, Vice Chair for the vote.
Voting on HB 1343 HD1, Representatives Cochran and Todd are excused. Are there any noes or reservations? Hearing none, recommendation adopted.
Thank you. There being no further business before this committee, we are adjourned. Welcome, everyone, to the House Committee on Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs. It is Friday, February 21st at 3 p.m. in Conference Room 325. We're here for the purposes of considering House Bill 1118, House Draft 1. And I wanted to ask people who are testifying, in order to allow as many people to testify as possible, I'm going to request that you keep your testimony to 1 minute. I know it's short, but we're going to try to get through as many people as we can because we want to hear you. At 1 minute, I'll ask you to summarize if you haven't stopped. You can hear a timer going in the background. For those who are testifying on Zoom, please keep yourself muted and your video off while waiting to testify, and then turn your video off and your microphone off after your testimony is complete. That helps with people's bandwidth issues. And the Zoom chat function is really only for technical issues. If you have them, and you'll be able to talk to our technical staff, but you're not able to send me messages. If you're disconnected, don't panic. Rejoin as soon as you can and send a chat message to the technical staff, and I'll do my best to include you in when you return. If there's a network failure, the power goes off in the building or whatever, and we have to reschedule the hearing, we will make sure to post appropriate notice so you'll know when we're coming back. If you're testifying on Zoom, please avoid using any trademarked or copyrighted images because that kicks us off of YouTube. And we want to be on YouTube so everyone can see us. This is a public process, and we want to make sure we're transparent. Please conduct yourself with aloha and refrain from profanity or any uncivil behavior. You know, it's okay to disagree, but let's not be disagreeable. Let's listen to each other with respect, and don't give any comments, clapping or booing or yay or anything like that. It's best if we just listen to each other with respect and move on to hear the next testifier. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'll be calling up people. We're going to start with organizations first, with one exception, Mr. King. And then we'll go from organizations to individuals. I'll call up 5 at a time, and you just testify 1 at a time, but you'll know who you are, and you'll be prepared so that we can try to move through as quickly as we can. So I really appreciate your kokua. Okay, first up, we have the Department of Education with comments. Anyone here from the Department of Education? Members, I refer you to the testimony, the written testimony from the Department of Education. Next, we have the State Council on Developmental Disabilities. Welcome, Shay. Please introduce yourself and proceed.
Aloha, Chair, committee members. My name is Chase Silver for the Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities. I'm here for my boss, Daintree Bartolis. We're going to stand our written testimony in support. I will summarize our testimony, which is that for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, there's a lot of them that have immunocompromised disorders that go along with it. Herd immunity is incredibly important to our population. Without it, they're basically not allowed to leave their homes. So we're going to support measures that protect our herd immunity, make sure we don't fall below that level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, the Department of Health. Welcome, Dr. Fink. Please proceed.
Chair Tarnas, Vice Chair Poipoi, committee members, I greatly appreciate you're hearing this measure. I'm Dr. Kenny Fink, the Director of Health, and I support this measure, but I don't do so lightly. With the responsibility to protect and promote the health of the public, I feel compelled to proactively raise awareness of the increasing risk of vaccine-preventable disease in Hawaii. Vaccination rates have been declining nationally and in Hawaii, and this has been associated with an increase in outbreaks. For example, measles was announced to officially be eliminated in the U.S. in 2000. However, in 2023, there were 4 outbreaks on the mainland and 59 cases in total. And in 2024, this increased to 16 outbreaks on the mainland and 284 cases in total. Of the 2024 cases, 42% occurred in children younger than 5 years old, and just over half of them were hospitalized. I was unable to find mortality data. So far in 2025, according to the CDC, as of February 20th, 93 measles cases have been reported across 8 states. Most notable is the current measles outbreak in Texas, which has developed just since the last time I testified on this measure. Texas has a statewide measles, mumps, and rubella, or MMR, vaccination rate of 94.3%, and a non-medical exemption rate of 3.6%. This compares to Hawaii, which has an MMR vaccination rate of only 89.8% and a non-medical exemption rate of 5.3%. In Texas, like Hawaii, the average doesn't reflect pockets of higher and lower rates. Today, the Texas Department of Health and Human Services reported 90 cases so far from their measles outbreak. 59 cases are from Gaines County, where the outbreak is thought to have begun. Gaines County is a population of 23,000. 10 years ago, it had a non-medical exemption rate of 7.5%. Last year, it was 17.6%. There are 3 schools in Gaines County, and their vaccination rates range.
Could I ask you to summarize?
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. While we've not yet had a measles outbreak in Hawaii, we are at risk. In digging into the data from Texas, I'm even more concerned about our risk. I'm concerned that grandfathering in those with existing exemptions prolongs our vulnerability. When we look at the percentage of the population, it's below herd immunity. The non-immunized population is no longer protected and at risk of infection. The percentage that needs to be immunized to have herd immunity depends on the contagiousness, and we are at high risk of a measles vaccine. Being below herd immunity means that those who are not vaccinated are at risk. Those who cannot get vaccinated for medical reasons are at risk, and the entire community is at risk. So when kids are not protected at school and immunized, it is not a safe place for everybody, and it increases the risk for the entire community. In conclusion, I understand that this measure is controversial, and there will be compelling arguments for and against. While we may disagree on how, I would like to believe that we all share the goal of keeping our keiki healthy and safe. Too often it seems a crisis happens and then we react. We might ask ourselves, what could we have done to prevent it? Now is the time to prevent a measles outbreak. We have the opportunity to be proactive and protect our keiki and community from vaccine-preventable diseases. I don't know for how long we'll have this opportunity to avert a crisis. This is an important policy decision. I hope this measure continues to advance, and I mahalo you for this opportunity for discussion. Thank you for hearing this measure and this opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you very much. If I could ask, since you're right in the camera field, not you, could you just not make gestures? Because you're right in the camera field. Okay. Thank you. Next is Michael Golyich, Pride at Work on Zoom. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Michael Golyich Jr., President of Pride at Work, he, him pronouns. On behalf of Pride at Work, we want to thank you for hearing this bill. We stand strongly in support of it. You're going to hear religious freedom come up a lot today in these hearings. And just remember, religious freedom ends when it purposely goes out to hurt, when someone purposely uses their religion to go out and hurt someone. And by not getting our keiki immunized does hurt our entire population. So we encourage you to pass this bill. We need to protect not only our keiki, but also our nurses and the rest of our healthcare professionals, because we find it ironic that people that don't believe in science when it comes to vaccines, but will take their kids to an emergency room when they're coming down with measles. So we ask you to pass this bill, protect our keiki, protect those immune compromised, and please move it forward. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Bo King. So why don't you come on up?
Yes, come on up, Bo.
Come on up, Bo.
I'm going to be speaking for Bo. I'm Bo's mom, Julianne King, because Bo is an unreliable speaker.
And members, you have the testimony we printed out for you. Please proceed.
And just as a postscript, Bo was documented vaccine injured at age 3 by Dr. Richard Kelly, a metabolic geneticist at Johns Hopkins, Kennedy Krieger. Bo was one of the plaintiffs in the vaccine injury compensation program called Autism Omnibus, in which over 5,000 families were lumped together. Recently, a motion has been filed alleging that the Department of Justice lawyers committed fraud, and that fraud led to thousands of families of vaccine-injured children being denied the right to compensation and the right to have their cases heard. So this is Bo's testimony. Aloha, Chair. I oppose this bill. I am vaccine injured and now have autism. Vaccines should always be a choice and never forced on anyone. You have no idea what it's like to be vaccine injured and how difficult my life is. Vaccines are not perfect and can have serious side effects. because they are not tested like regular drugs. We don't really know how safe they are. I want no child to go through what I go through. Mahalo, Bo King. And so Bo uses communication called spelling to communicate. And Bo, do you want to say anything? Do you want to say mahalo? Or I oppose this bill? What do you want to say? Go ahead.
Do you want to sign your name?
Bo, you want to just write your name? E-N, E-N-A-N, U. You want to say anything? Yeah, okay. How about
Thank you.
I-N-O-N, get it? P-N, P-N-O-N, S-N-E. I oppose.
Thank you very much, Mr. King, and thank you to the family for being here. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just out of deference, we've got a family with some youngsters here. Let's have you come up. If you tell me your name, and that way you're not going to try. It's difficult to keep them occupied. Please come on up and provide your testimony. That'd be great.
This is for the record.
I'm sorry, your name again, please?
Juanita De La Garza.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I'm Daryl De La Garza. We're here on behalf of myself as well as Giovanni De La Garza.
Okay.
And then everything that we are saying is for the record.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, we want to say mahalo for aloha, all of us that have been through so much through malpractice and vaccine injuries. On behalf of Giovanni, he is a testimony of childhood vaccines that are mandated for school and readiness for DOE. At my 16th month shot is when we've seen major regression. We've seen loss of communication, so not a normal child anymore. My child came back somebody different, not communicating, no eye contact, no cognitive skills. And everything was due to an injury of a vaccine and malpractice.
Ma'am, look up here so you can see the camera.
Yes, I'm addressing everybody in this room out of respect to myself, land, and country, and God. So I speak on behalf of him, and he is a true testimony of injury. And then I speak on behalf of my other son, who has not been medically induced or hurt through malpractice. I have kept him safe because of religious vaccine exemptions, and we're so grateful and thankful for you guys allowing our families to keep safe from malpractice and from hurting our future generation who's supposed to be mayors and representatives and council members to lead our land and to lead our country as Hawaiians, as people, as just religious act of freedom, of I can't even speak, but we have a constitutional right to be able to protect life and property.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for taking that time to be with us.
And
I would like to ask people to not stand in front of the doorway. We need to keep that open in case of an emergency. So everyone who's standing in the doorway, please go outside and watch on the monitor and listen. We can't have people standing in front of the door. So if you're standing there, I need you to go outside. You heard me. We don't want to stop the hearing. I need you to go outside. Okay,
And
please.
for the record, can we get a full minute for him, because this is
Please,
his
go
own
ahead. Yes,
testimony.
I'm just trying to.
Hi, my name is, this is for the record, my name is Mr. Daryl De La Garza.
Thank you.
I'm also Specialist De La Garza, U.S. Army retired. For me, when I was in the Army, I was subjected to a whole bunch of vaccines. For me, the first time I got injured was OIF1. It had to do with anthrax vaccine. With me, basically, I was out on missions, basically Task Force 168, and I was out on mission, so I didn't complete all 5 series. I can't remember what was. It was basically, I took 3 out of the 2. Long story short, very sick, throwing up, shitting myself while getting rocketed bombed and missiled for like, I don't know, 10, 15 hours, you know what I mean? And so I was sick for like almost a week, 2 weeks. I got out of the military, went back in when Obama called me back in, took some more vaccines. I got sick again. I tried to tell them, hey, you know, I'm having some kind of reaction. So long story short, I want to address deceit. There's deceit in the wording. Some of the wording that's being used is we're calling toxic ingredients
I ask you-
We're calling
I'll need to
basically.
ask you to summarize.
Okay, so we're basically calling poison toxic ingredients. And if you do enough research, you're gonna find out that, everybody's gonna get a reaction to poisoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask again, those who are seated on the floor, I can't have you seated on the floor. I need you outside. I need to maintain safety here. Please, I've asked you, please not to have any reaction. I know you support each other, and that's great, but let's just keep this going here. Anyone who's standing in the access way, I need you to be outside. Okay? I'm just trying to keep safe in here. We're trying to keep each other safe. No, you can't use those chairs, sorry. Okay. So next we have George Soros. Not present. I don't want, if you're going to continue to provide commentary like that, I'll ask you to leave. Okay? I'm trying to be very courteous. I ask you to be courteous. Next, Jamie Detweiler.
Wow, that was very moving testimonies. Jamie Detweiler, Hawaiian Islands Republican Women, in strong opposition of HB 1118 HD1. But really, my heart today is a heart of a mom and a grandmother, community advocate. Sorry, the previous testimonies were very moving. As previously stated, the root of this bill comes from a place that's not right. And I say this because it is a violation of our First Amendment right. In a 2022 U.S. Supreme Court decision on Kennedy versus Bremerton School District, the Supreme Court found that Mr. Kennedy's expressions of religious freedoms were protected by the First Amendment. Our own Hawaii State Constitution, Article 1, Section 4 says, no law, I repeat, no law shall be enacted respecting an establishment of religion. This is what we're talking about today. All the other, finer points in the bill are moot because anything that is repugnant to the Constitution is void and unenforceable.
May I ask you to summarize,
Bottom
please?
line. Thank you for the opportunity
Certainly.
to testify.
Always good to see you, Ms. Detweiler. Thank you. Okay, next, Christina Everett on Zoom. Not present. She was outside. Okay, I'm going to call the 5 names. If Christina could come in. So Christina Everett, Jay Kawalu, Margaret Mejia, Kim Hain, and American Academy of Pediatrics. So first up, Christina Everett. Jay Kawalu. Please, come on up, Christina Everett. Is Jay Kawalu here, Margaret Mejia, Kim Hain, and the American Academy of Pediatrics? Please proceed.
Christina Everett with Project Nehemiah. Woe unto the man who calls evil good and good evil. This is about stripping away our religious rights. This is about power and it is about control. This is about taking a hold of our rights to, make decisions as parents, as mothers, and as we have seen who have testified. It is about the majority of families who has been hurt by this type of act. So I strongly oppose to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Jay Kawalu on Zoom, not present. Next, Margaret Mejia, not present. Kim Hain. Welcome, please, Kim Hain.
Aloha, committee members. Thank you so much. My name is Kim Hain. I am testifying on behalf of Hawaii for Informed Consent, and we strongly oppose HB 1118 HD1. We do stand on our written testimony, but I'd like to offer a couple comments. The main thing being that you already know this bill is unconstitutional and it's highly discriminatory, but what you might not know is how badly this is going to harm our children. It's going to harm a whole new religious minority of kids that won't have access to schools. And the DOE even points it out in their testimony. We saw what happened to kids during COVID, right? We saw families have an increase in domestic violence, in apathy, in obesity, and God forbid, even suicide. And I don't think you're looking at that aspect of this bill. The other thing I'd like to mention is that your compelling state interest is flawed. When we have outbreaks, it's not just due to a decrease in vaccine uptake, but it can also be due to vaccine failure, and there is a lot of medical literature that stands by that. In fact, we saw a mumps outbreak right here in Hawaii in 2019 in our fully vaccinated college students. We saw a mumps outbreak in a 100% vaccinated Navy ship. So how do we explain that? There's more science. I'll summarize.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Yeah, the American people, they delivered a mandate in a huge way to our highest federal offices, including our highest health offices, the Secretary of HHS. And I think you're going against the grain here. The court of public opinion right now, they care about faith, freedom, and government transparency. That's what they care about. And I would like to share that there's an organization called Informed Consent Action Network, and they know this. They know that courts also saw what happened with medical mandates in COVID, and they're already meeting with families as well as schools in our state, and they're ready to bring a lawsuit if this bill is passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on Zoom, American Academy of Pediatrics, Hawai'i chapter. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We stand on our written testimony. I would like to just make a couple of quick points. One is that there are certain specific vaccine preventable diseases, most importantly measles, but also pertussis, that we are at high risk of an outbreak because we do not have herd immunity, because we have high levels of unvaccinated children in our schools, and also because young infants for measles cannot are not usually vaccinated until age 1. So measles has a high rate of hospitalization, and it is very contagious. Up to 90 to 95% of exposed unvaccinated people will contract measles and need to isolate for 21 days or potentially longer, and the hospitalization rate is 20 to 30%. So if we have a measles outbreak in this state, we have the potential to collapse the healthcare system, and we have a potential for children to die who would otherwise survive if they were able to receive the care that might not be possible if we had hundreds and hundreds of measles cases all at once. And all of this can be prevented by vaccines, which are in fact safe and effective. So the state has a compelling interest in keeping our population safe and in preventing the healthcare system from collapsing. So thank you very much for hearing our testimony.
Thank you very much. The next 5 individuals testifying, Mapuana Textor. After that, Austin Shiloh Martin, Jasmine Therese Esquera, Gary Cordery, and Sophia Guglielmelli. So first up, Mapuana Textor. Not present. Austin Shiloh Martin on Zoom. Please proceed.
Aloha. Thank you, everyone, for making our jobs easier to win House seats next election. This is really, couldn't make it easier for us. I stand on my written testimony, but I do need to deliver, I guess, a grammar lesson. So, a pressing interest of the government? No, this is a speculative interest. We're talking about diseases with less than 1% mortality rate, for one thing. So the fear mongering is incredible. But forget about the mortality rate, because this isn't really about that. This is about informed consent. What separates the people who are trying to violate informed consent for their scientific certainty, which is far from a settled matter, but even if it were, what separates them from the same eugenicists of the 1930s German administration? This is like Nazi policy. This is not aloha. This is tyranny with a lei, and it's not okay, guys. Look, I've been vaccine injured, and my injury is not medically documented. I would not be able, if I were in this situation, if I were in school, I would not be able to escape suffering other injuries. And there are lots of other people like me.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Yeah, I will summarize. Violating informed consent is not pono. You do not have a pressing state interest to be able to overcome parents' rights and the First Amendment, bodily autonomy, and our right to say no to medicine that we don't want to take. We are the authority on our own bodies. Nobody made you God over us.
Thank
The
you.
people here who are pushing this bill should be noted as those who do not agree with informed consent. And frankly, I don't think anybody like that should be holding public office. I yield.
Thank you very much. Next, Jasmine Therese Esguerra. Not present, on Zoom? Not present on Zoom. The five, I still have two more to call, but the five people after are, I want you to be ready because there's a delay in the audio outside. Tamara McKay, Master Shelby Pikachu Billionaire, Leana Kahahavai, Don King, and Cheryl Toyofuku. Okay, so please be prepared to testify. Next person is Gary Cordery on Zoom. Not present? Okay. Next person, Sophia Guglielmelli. On Zoom? No? Is that a no? Okay, not present. Next, Tamara McKay on Zoom. Yes, please proceed, Ms. McKay.
Thank you, committee. I'm Tamara McKay, and I strongly oppose HB 118, which would eliminate non-medical exemptions for school immunization requirements in Hawaii. Also, as the daughter, as my father was a victim of injury and died because of the vaccine. While public health is important, this bill directly wouldn't this bill conflict with President Trump's recent executive order on Valentine's Day, which prohibits federal funding for schools that mandates COVID vaccines? And if passed, wouldn't Hawaii risk losing critical funding for educational funding, which supports programs like special education and assistance for low-income students? Beyond physical risks, HB 1118 threatens parental rights, religious freedoms by removing exemptions, despite federal protections under the First Amendment. The bill also disregards the role of parents and physicians in making medical decisions, particularly given the low transmission risk of COVID-19, especially among children. Evidence from the Amish community, where vaccine refusal is common, shows significantly lower outbreaks compared to heavily vaccinated populations, further challenging the necessity of mandatory immunization policies. Another critical question remains: who will take accountability for vaccine injuries? If vaccines are as safe and effective as the proponents claim, then those enforcing those mandates should be held liable for any adverse effects. However, under current policies, vaccine manufacturers and government agencies are shielded from liability, leaving families with no or little recourse if their child suffers a severe reaction.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
I'm finishing up. Thank you. HB 118 can trigger legal challenges, including against the executive orders, religious freedoms, and federal education laws. For these reasons, I urge the committee to vote no on HB 1118 to protect Hawaii's schools' funding and fundamental rights. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, Master Shelby Pikachu Billionaire.
Present, right here.
Please proceed.
Aloha mai kākou e Pikachu Shelby Billionaire ko Inoa. Ora no mai wa Pikachu okamancho Shelby to moshimasu. Yoroshiku onegai itashimasu. To make things fast for all of you, just say no. Aole, EA, no problem. Just say no, because we don't want to vaccine anybody. Just bend over. You want to go to heaven. I don't think anybody wants to die. So you don't want to take a shot. I'm an Air Force veteran. I'm not going to get shot. I got shot like the other guy. I didn't even know what I got shot with. We can't read those hyperboles. Have you read the name of the vaccines on that thing downstairs with the Aloha Freedom Coalition? I can't pronounce that. You don't know what you're going to put that inside. You're going to put that inside of your kids when you've seen these kids like that? Heck no. But I can tell you, if somebody says yes, I can guarantee you, because I may not do it, but someone out here with all my Caucasian friends with money might sue you guys for defamation of character, for poisoning their kids and hurting them. And it's going to be unconstitutional against the First Amendment, breaking HRS 1-1, Hawaii Fixed Judicial Precedent, HRS 5-5, Aloha, Spirit Law, and all of that stuff. So you guys should just say better, save our time so we can barbecue, go home, fight traffic, and just say no. I implore the chair and vice chair, just say no. We can save time. You've got to pass it over to the Senate. Just say no. Just like to say no to drugs. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next, Leana Kahahavai. Not present. Next, Don King.
I'm going to take Don's spot. I'm his wife, and he's sick today.
Don.
I oppose.
You're taking Don King?
Yes,
You're
'cause
speaking
I'm
on
Julie-
Don King's behalf.
Yeah, we wrote
Please go ahead.
this together, yeah.
And you
we-
introduce yourself.
My name's Julianne King. I'm Bo's mom
Thanks.
and Don's wife. And we oppose this bill because it disregards the real and harmful impact vaccines can have on children, like my son, Bo. When Bo was 3, we went to Kennedy Krieger Institute at Johns Hopkins, where he was found to have an underlying mitochondrial disorder by a metabolic geneticist. The doctor said Bo's body could not handle the vaccine schedule, which triggered his autism. We filed a claim with the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, the only place families can seek justice since vaccine manufacturers are immune from liability. At that time, the DOJ consolidated all the petitions for autism into the Autism Omnibus proceedings and selected 6 representative test cases as the basis for determining the outcomes of the remaining 5,400 cases, one of which was Bo's case. It was revealed that the DOJ attorneys concealed evidence from Dr. Andrew Zimmerman, their expert witness, who reversed his stance in one of the cases, admitting that vaccines could cause autism in some children, like Bo, with underlying mitochondrial disorder. The DOJ fired their expert and continued to use his original testimony. In 2019, Dr. Zimmerman filed an affidavit explaining the cover-up, and a motion has been filed alleging that the Department of Justice lawyers committed fraud.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
That fraud led to thousands of families of vaccine-injured children being denied the right to compensation and the right to have their cases heard, and the misconception that autism is not caused by vaccines. Bo now requires lifelong care, support provided by the state, and the question is, should be answered before we increase the number of vaccines given to children that could be like Bo. So, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. King. The person next is Cheryl Toyofuku. While Cheryl's coming up, I'll read the next 5 names. Rachel Bowie, Mandy Kawasaki, Melissa Lati, Carrie Yiki, and Sheila Medeiros. If you could be prepared to testify, that'd be great. Back to you, Cheryl Toyofuku.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Cheryl Toifuku, and I'm a mom. I'm a grandmother. I'm a retired registered nurse. I'm a health advocate, and 30 years ago, I did transition to more natural, non-toxic healthcare. I am in strong opposition of HB 1118. It seems that more authority is being given to our Department of Health, and this overreach is seriously being questioned by the people of Hawaii. History reveals vaccine agendas are followed by DOH, often funded by pharmaceutical companies, so we're following the money, and 3-letter agencies such as the CDC, Center for Disease Control, World Health Organization, WHO, and also the WEF, the World Economic Forum. And so the flawed, especially the flawed science of herd immunity and the disturbing mantra of vaccines are safe and effective continue to be promoted to the multitudes. But they're now waking up. They're now hearing and doing their own research. So parents and lawmakers, please do your research. The Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, the VAERS, of numerous vaccine injuries along with the vaccine death reports are increasing. The increasing CDC childhood immunization schedule with 79 doses of various vaccines and their toxic ingredients. So 79 doses for these children of 16 to 17 different vaccines.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Sure. So families are really desiring to have healthier options. Let's allocate funds to healthier school lunches or exercise, better agricultural practices, and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, Rachel Bowie, on Zoom, not present. Next, Mandy Kawasaki, on Zoom, not present. Next, Melissa Lati, in person, not present. Next, Carrie Yiki, Y-E-A-K-E-Y. Yaki? Yaki, sorry for mispronouncing. Please
Aloha.
proceed. Aloha.
My name is Carrie Yaki, and I am the mother of a 15-year-old vaccine-under child. I want to thank you guys for masking our kids and closing the doors, because it gave us 4 years to really prepare and homeschool, but it's not fair to everybody else. Not everybody has the ability to homeschool their children. This will cause a max exodus for children moving out of schools because of this kind of draconian, overreaching bill. It is sad. Because while 10% of the United States has pulled the COVID off the schedule, banned in other states, here we are in Hawaii moving backwards. Why? So I want all of you to remember, if you vote for this, that's your children and your grandbabies. Just wait. The Maha movement is here.
Thank you very much. Next person is Sheila Medeiros. For Sheila, when she comes up, I'm going to read the next 5 names, if they could be preparing themselves. Jessica Montero, Leata Riviera Medeiros, Christina Laney Mitra, Nicholas Canetta, and Christopher Montero. Please proceed.
Aloha Chair, aloha Committee. I'm Sheila Medeiros. I'm a mother of a vaccinated injured child. She has autism. I just ask any of you, have you ever had a child or a grandbaby with autism? Have you ever had to deal with the traumatic changes that they deal with every single day? If you don't, I really would hope you would consider all of these experiences, because you haven't. I demand transparency regarding the number of opposition and supportive votes of HB 1118. The people's vote should determine whether a bill passes or is deferred. Chair Takayama, who sits right there, of the House Health Committee, chose to move forward with this bill despite a significant presence of opposition both in person and online. We, the people, require a visual count of votes in each committee to hold the committee chair and its members accountable. It is not up to you, the chairs and the committee members, to unilaterally decide what is best for the public. We express our will, you serve us, not the other way around. I oppose HB 118 for several reasons, as I have just stated, and my written testimony stands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next 5 people, I've mentioned them already. Jessica Montero,
Can you hear me?
please proceed.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Jessica Montero, and I am here to voice my strong opposition to this bill and urge you to do the same. This bill represents a direct and unjustified violation of our religious freedoms as protected by both the U.S. Constitution and the Hawaii State Constitution. The First Amendment guarantees the free exercise of religion, and compelling parents to choose between their deeply held religious beliefs and their child's right to an education is an unacceptable government overreach. The ability to make medical decisions for one's child based on religious convictions should remain protected. Furthermore, there is no current outbreak or public emergency that would necessitate the repeal of religious exemptions. In fact, in 2023, we only had 3 measles cases, and in 2024, we had 0. The existing system already includes safeguards to protect at-risk populations. Parents who sign the religious exemption form acknowledge that in the event of an outbreak, their unvaccinated child may be required to stay home temporarily. This approach would successfully balance public health concerns with individual rights for years without issues. If there is a genuine, immediate threat, the Department of Health already has mechanisms in place to respond appropriately.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Yes, I'm almost finished. Additionally, this bill concerns about government overreach and the inconsistency in body autonomy policies. Many lawmakers support the My Body, My Choice regarding reproductive rights. Yet this legislation would like to force parents to inject their children with substances that violate their religious beliefs or be denied access to education. Thank you. Please oppose this bill.
Thank you very much. Next, Leata Riviera Medeiros on Zoom. Not present? Not present. Next, Christina Laney Miter, in person? Not present. Okay, I'm going to read out some additional names here. The next person, oh, you're Christina?
No, I'm Margaret, but I missed my name. I was parking.
Mar-
Very minimal parking. There's lots of people here.
I'm sorry, your name, please?
Margaret Mejia, Hawaii Christian Coalition.
Okay.
Okay. I'm representing 35,000 members. If you include their spouse and children, their spouses and children, it's over 130,000 people. Hawaii Christian Coalition strongly opposes HB 1118 relating to non-medical exemptions to immunization requirements. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution and the Hawaii State Constitution guarantees the free exercise of religion. There was only one case cited with Connecticut that won in the Supreme Court, and there's multiple states that did not win in the Supreme Court. Make no mistakes about this, if passed, this bill will not win in court. Why is this bill, HB 1118, not being heard in the Education Committee? Since this bill would in fact directly affect education in Hawaii. Is it because the Department of Education does not support this bill? Passing this bill would cause many parents to pull children out of school. Quality parents would no longer volunteer at the schools, and you would also be missing a lot of intelligent children with a bright future. And I believe you would lose out on some federal funding. Representatives are supposed to represent the people. And so I hope that you'll see all these people here, especially those vaccine injured. Vaccines are not obsolete, and parents who want to give their children vaccines can still do so. According to Aloha Freedom Coalition's website, there's some representatives that are receiving money from Big Pharma.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Sure. The lack of data regarding herd immunity and life expectancy. There's no reliable data regarding herd immunity. There's no data with direct correlation between vaccines and life expectancy. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. Multiple studies show that unvaccinated children get sick much less than vaccinated
thank you.
children. And the one last thing, we're not Connecticut, we're Hawaii. We're not California, we're Hawaii. We're not New York, we're Hawaii. So let's keep freedom of religion in Hawaii and uphold Hawaii's Constitution. Thank you very much.
I'm glad you found parking. Yeah, okay, so I've got Nicholas Canetta and Christopher Montero next. I'm going to read the next 5 names. Kayla Roberts, Coral Shaw, Stephanie Wright, Sarah Lum, Chauvin Young, and Brett Colbus, okay? So back to Nicholas?
Yeah.
Nicholas Canetta, please proceed.
Aloha, my name is Nicholas Canetta. I'm born and raised in Oahu, a husband and a father of 3 wonderful kids. I'm so tired of watching my home and the island in which I was raised and be submitted to these insane, unconstitutional mandates. Piece by piece, our freedoms are being taken away from us as locals, as taxpaying citizens, and as parents. This is not the Hawaii I grew up in. It sickens me that I cannot give my children the same freedoms and happiness I had as a child growing up in Hawaii. My family and I practice our beliefs and our religions and follow a somewhat strict holistic lifestyle. My kids are naturally birthed, no anesthetics or drugs. My youngest one right there was home birth. She was born in my living room. Most amazing experience ever. My wife teaches yoga and is a massage therapist. We believe in natural healing and try to sustain a much natural household as we can, from our ginger-based soaps to my wife washing her hair with apple cider vinegar. She smells like adobo every time I hug her. I love adobo. Anyways, you'll never find a bottle of Tylenol or ibuprofen in my house. The kids get sick, which is it never happens. When they do get sick, we have manuka honey, lemon, ginger, and natural-based oiled massages from my wife with moxibustion and cupping.
Please summarize.
The point is, I'm getting there.
Okay, thanks.
The point is, we have raised our family like this forever. We live it every single day. During the pandemic, we were persecuted, called names, and ridiculed for our beliefs. I even lost my job working as a chef. I was working for a nonprofit, cooking for quarantine hotels and homeless shelters. And I lost my job for not getting vaccinated. In the end, we persevered and stuck to our beliefs. Amongst all, we stuck together to get this HB 1118 come at us now. I'm so tired of this. My wife and I have tried to raise our children to respect others and their beliefs, and even if it doesn't believe it's the same beliefs as ours. It's hard for them to understand that when right now their people's beliefs are being pushed upon ours, and they have no right to react back. And I think it's hard for them to understand that concept that you should have aloha for everybody and their beliefs. Why can't others have this same aloha for us?
Thank you.
Anyways, I oppose this bill, and I hope you guys oppose this bill too. This would
Thank you,
be
Mr.
so much
Canetta.
better for us.
Thank you, Mr. Canetta. Christopher Montero on Zoom. Please proceed.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members for the opportunity to speak today. My name is CJ Montero. I'm 15 years old, and a high school student at Hawai'i Technology Academy. I'm here because this bill directly threatens my ability to continue my education in a way that aligns with my deeply held religious beliefs. As a Christian, my family and I rely on religious exemption to uphold our bona fide beliefs. In this exemption, if this exemption is taken away, I would be forced to choose between my faith and education. That is not a choice any student should have to make. If this bill passes, I will have no option but to withdraw from school, be homeschooled, losing the opportunity to complete my junior and senior years in a traditional setting. But miss out on prom, graduation, and invaluable experiences of learning alongside my peers. But as important as those things are, my faith comes first. I urge you to oppose this bill. No student should have to sacrifice their religious freedom in order to receive an education. Our rights to both religious liberty and public education cannot be in conflict. Please do what is right. Vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Kayla Roberts. Not present. Coral Shaw on Zoom. Not present. Next, Stephanie Wright in person. Yes, please. Come on up.
I stand before you today in strong opposition for this bill, which seeks the removal of religious exemption from school immunizations. As a mother of 5, it frightens me to think how this could negatively affect my children. This proposal does not concern public health. It strikes at the heart of religious freedom, parental rights, and individual liberties, principles that our nation was built upon. For generations, religious exemptions have existed to protect families like mine. Based on our beliefs, choosing to forego or delay certain medical interventions. The First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution guarantees the right to freely exercise our religion without governmental interference. Removing this exemption forces families to make an impossible choice to comply with the law that violates our faith or forfeit our children's rights to an education. This bill is unfair, targeting religious families, treating us as a public health threat, rather than responsible parents making informed health choices for our children's best interest. It disregards the personal and spiritual convictions that guide our healthcare decisions. There's no overwhelming evidence that removing religious exemption is going to significantly improve public health. In fact, states that have kept these exemptions have not faced widespread outbreaks or health crises.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Let me get through this. In addition, this bill creates dangerous precedent. If the government can override this one religious topic, what will stop them from taking away our future? Where is the line drawn? Instead of taking away religious exemptions, I'm so sorry, I urge you today to uphold the principles of religious freedom and parental choice. Vote against this bill and stand with the families who seek to exercise their faith without the fear of government intrusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Sarah Lum. After Sarah Lum is Chauvin Young and Brett Colbus on Zoom. Please proceed.
Hello, I'm Sarah Lum. Please don't let it be lost how intimidating this setting can be for a normal citizen. You guys are here every single day, but for us, this is one of the hugest things we'll ever do in our life. So please respect when we shake or when we're nervous. It's because we're saying something from our heart that is so important to us that we came here today to speak in front of you and tell you our thoughts and our feelings.
That's why we treat you with respect.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
I am here as a stay-at-home mother. I am privileged with the opportunity to have the time and space to raise my kid at home. I used to be a shipyard worker. I did my research when I became pregnant and realized all of the risks that were upon me if I had a child in the current medical system. So I chose to do a home birth. And that whole journey sent me down a rabbit hole of new understanding of the toxicity that we live in this world today. And just like this family over here, my family course corrected, and we are trying our hardest within this current society to be healthy, to be pure, to be natural. My son is not vaccinated, and I want the opportunity to give him an equal education as everyone else. But with the current situation, I'm seeing that be pulled out from under me. I have to figure out another route to educate my child, to give him the same opportunities as the people who decide to go the course that the government is choosing for them. And I have a feeling that a lot of these people are going that course because they don't have time to do research, because they have to work 1 or 2 jobs to pay for their mortgage in this state. Because you guys are prioritizing issues like this over figuring out housing, right? And the financial crisis that we're facing.
May I ask you to
This is not a
summarize, please?
priority.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Please focus on something more important. Please oppose this bill. And please consider the equal rights of people who have different decision-making than you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've got next 2 people, Chauvin Young and Brett Kolbus on Zoom. After that is Dawn Poyani, Kelly Duell, Shelby Hosanna, Kim, no last name, and Mary Chris Digalazo. So please, if you're any of those individuals, be prepared to testify. Next, Chauvin Young on Zoom, not present. Brett Kolbus on Zoom. Please proceed, Brett Kolbus.
Thank you, Chair Tarnas. Members of the committee, my name is Brett Kolbus. I'm a 26-year Navy veteran living in Eva Beach. Concerned resident of Hawaii, I strongly oppose Bill H1118. This bill infringes on parents and, by extension, their Keikis' constitutional right to freedom of religion, which is in the First Amendment for a purpose, and violates the informed consent. It discriminates against families who choose not to vaccinate their Keiki based on their deeply held religious beliefs and their valid concerns about vaccine safety and efficacy. Even Dr. Fauci has changed his stance and said 75 to 80% of the population is sufficient for herd immunity, which we are currently above. No parent should be forced to choose between their faith and their Keiki's education. This bill is set to turn the school-parent relationship into a delightful cocktail of mistrust, resentment, and a bureaucratic nightmare. Because nothing says healthy relationship like stripping away parental rights and forcing medical decisions. What happened to my body, my choice? I urge you to protect our religious freedoms and informed consent and reject this harmful legislation. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, Dawn Poyani. Welcome. Please proceed.
Aloha committee members. My name is Dawn Poyani and I oppose HB 1118. As a mother of 3, I'm also a postpartum doula and a lactation counselor. I work with babies every day. I have personally witnessed in my own family, as well as professionally, vaccine injury and harm. I've also witnessed medical doctors and nurses practice without conscience, and they actually give really bad advice to these mothers. I mean, bad non-medical advice. I'd like to poke some holes in this argument. While this is a religious exemption bill, the argument is not, so it's medical. You guys are making a medical decision for a philosophical and religious personal rights decision. 95% vaccination rate is a model. It is a scientific model. It is not based on real life data. It is based on a scientific model. The model assumes uniform vaccine effectiveness and perfect immune response in the population. For diseases like measles, public health officials claim that 95% vaccination coverage is needed to prevent outbreaks. However, the number varies widely depending on the disease, vaccine type, and transmission dynamics. Measles estimates 90 to 95%.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Yep. Polio estimates 80 to 85%. COVID, well, COVID. Anyway, it is really important to treat this number as not as a hard rule, but oversimplified, complex public health dynamic, misleading the public into believing that vaccine coverage alone determines disease control.
Thank you.
Is not right. Vaccine injury denialism based on absence of studies rather than their existence is unjust. Our vaccine science is based on no science. The studies are not done. There's no true placebo on these vaccines. There's no true study on the entire schedule as to every time you guys follow and add another vaccine to our schedule. They don't test the whole schedule to see how that impacts the intelligence and overall health of our children. We need to have our own conscience, our own spiritual rights, and our religious exemptions in this state, and to take it away is wrong.
Thank you very much. Next, Kelly Duell on Zoom. D-U-E-L-L, Kelly Duell. Not present. Next, Shelby Hosanna on Zoom. Please proceed.
Aloha, thank you for your time today. Since you are asking everyone to summarize and be as quick as possible, I will do exactly that. And all but two of the only noble representatives that are sitting at that table today, all of you have been served with a formal cease and desist as well. We have filed FOIA requests on every single one of you, and we will not sleep until we expose your financial interests with Big Pharma, because it really seems like you've all made up your mind today. And just also to quickly summarize, we have more than 100 families at the ready to seek full legal action against you in your professional and personal capacity. So if you are not going to be making the right decision today, we will be more than happy to see you all in court. God is watching, and you do the right thing. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next. Please. Come on. Let's just treat each other with respect, including those who might not agree with you. Okay?
Aloha, I'm
Okay,
Mapuana
next.
Tector.
Wait. I've asked for Kim next.
I was looking for parking. Kim?
And, let's see if she's still here.
Go ahead.
And then Mary Chris Diga Lazo. Go ahead. And you are?
Hi, aloha. I'm Kim Cordery, and I'm representing Aloha Freedom Coalition. We have 21,000 followers. Out of the outrage of governmental overreach, and unconstitutional mandates that were not laws in 2020, we started Aloha Freedom Coalition, my husband and I. We were honored to help many people who reached out to us because they were desperate to hang on to jobs, and many lost their jobs because they chose to stand for health and rejecting the pressure of government control. If this bill is passed, it not only is dangerous, but goes against our religious freedoms and our God-given rights. The government has no right to force any toxic substance to be injected into our keiki. A'ole. Yield.
Thank you very much. Next is Mary Chris Diga Lazo. And then after that, then I would ask Mapuana Tector to come up after that. And then if I just, let me read the next 5 names. Yana Lins Bonetti, Kelly Tomoteo, Hie Sun Kang, Christy Miller, and June Kawamura. Okay, let's go back to Mary Chris.
Aloha, my name is Mary Chris Diga-Lazo, and I'm a mother of a vaccine-injured child. My son suffered 20-plus febrile seizures from the ages of 9 months till 8 years old. He seized after getting every vaccination per the schedule doctors recommended. Seeing your child seize is pretty much seeing them die before your eyes. Therefore, I strongly oppose HB 1118. The bill, as Representative Garcia so eloquently said, is a direct assault of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, protecting our freedom of religion. It is also in opposition to the Hawaii Constitution, Article 1, Section 4. No law shall be enacted respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. This would take our freedom of conscience and freedom to choose. As a Christian, the conscience comes from my Creator. If parents want to vaccinate their child, let them be. It is their right, and it is also my right to not vaccinate my child anymore. Remember, when there is a risk, there needs to be a choice. As a mom, a citizen, and a member of this community, I strongly oppose HB 118. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mapuana Tector, come on up. Glad you found parking. Please proceed.
Thank you. I stand by my testimony, my written. I'm a member of the Nanakuli Ma'ili Neighborhood Board, Hawaiian Affairs Committee, And I speak for a lot of us as Indigenous people in opposition of HB 1118. And to add with comments, when a child enters school, they're given all the documents. They take it home to the parents. The parents then have to really thoroughly read. But if this law is passed, it would be not only a violation, it's undefined, uninformed consent. So please take a hard look at what are you going to pass and why would you pass it. I have 4 daughters, married, just one child that, because of her job, she took it as a registered nurse, and she ended up with myocarditis. So she did incur an injury. Just thank God we're doing homeopathic things. So, but please consider no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, on to the next group of 5. Yana Lins Bonetti. Not present. Next, Kelly Timoteo. Not present. Next, Hie Sun Kang on Zoom. Please proceed.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, sorry, I forgot my note, but I will just try to remember. Yeah, I strongly oppose this bill. Our family has a belief that we don't put anything into our body that's made as a result of other people's death. Our body is sacred, and all the vaccines except, I believe, COVID ones are made using aborted fetal cells. So we don't vaccinate, and then we don't give vaccination to our kids too. So if this bill passes, we'll lose the access to the public education. We cannot homeschool our kids. Please don't take away the access to the public education for us. I understand there are a lot of people who are concerned about the public health. We agree to keep ourselves at home if there's any outbreak of a disease that we didn't get vaccinated, such as measles or things like that. And I know some people are worried that some
Please summarize.
people.
Ma'am, if I could ask you to summarize, please.
I'm almost done. So some people are worried that non-religious people are submitting the religious exemption for other reasons. We can just require them to submit a proof of their belief from their church or something like that, instead of abolishing the religious right. And it is important. Respecting other people's belief is really important, and that's what makes Hawaii a paradise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Christy Miller on Zoom. Not present. Next person is June Kawamura. While June's coming up, I'll read the next group. Eric Osborne, Enriquez Tongaro, Lindsay Noel Magallanes, William Lyle, and Ernest Tomita. Okay, June Kawamura. June Kawamura, not present. Next, Eric Osborne on Zoom. Please proceed, Eric Osborne.
Yes, aloha. My name is Eric Osborne, and I testify in strong opposition to HB 118. This bill, which would remove religious exemptions for student vaccinations, infringes upon parental choice and long-standing personal religious freedoms. I speak from personal experience as I have 2 school-age children currently that have active religious vaccination exemptions in place, and we don't have the means to homeschool, and this would directly impact their ability to access education. My opposition stems from my deeply held religious beliefs. As a Christian, I believe that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and I have a personal responsibility to lead my family in accordance with our faith. This includes serving as their spiritual leader, provider, and protector. In 2023, after 24 years of honorable service in the U.S. Air Force, I believed God led me to retire early, and I declined the COVID-19 vaccine. This conviction prompted me to research vaccines extensively, and I ultimately concluded that all vaccinations are harmful and go against my religious beliefs.
May I ask you to summarize, sir?
Yes, I strongly oppose for many reasons and respectfully request that you consider the impact HB 118 will have on families like mine and uphold the right to religious exemptions for student vaccinations. Mahalo for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Next, Enriquez Tangaro on Zoom. Tangaro, Tangaro, not present. Next, Lindsay Noel Magallanes on Zoom. Magallanes, not present. Next, William Lyle in person. William Lyle, not present. Next, Ernest Tomita on Zoom, not present. Okay, the next group is Rachel Labuda, Justin Wong, Tara Gregory, Natalie Fund, Naomi, and Terry Armbruster. If that group could be prepared. First up, Rachel Labuda. Not present. Next, Justin Wong.
Hello, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Justin Wong, and I'm standing in opposition to this bill. You know, at the end of the day, it does not matter if vaccines work and are safe, or vaccines don't work and are dangerous. It doesn't matter if you're a conservative, liberal, religious, or atheist. There are social contracts that we don't break. As consumers, the government and state cannot force citizens or their children to use products of companies they do not trust, which includes the vaccines. All the major pharmaceutical companies we know about have a history of falsifying data and bribing doctors and scientists to bypass medical trial phases in order to sell the products. For example, as far back as 2009, Pfizer had to pay a $2.3 billion settlement because of those exact corrupt practices. Johnson & Johnson will settle a $10 billion lawsuit this year for selling asbestos in their baby powder and downplaying the harmful health effects such as ovarian, lung, and mesothelioma cancer. If Big Pharma has a history of corruption and harming people with their products, why are we pressuring people to take their products? Why, and most importantly, do we consumers not have the choice and right to have full confidence in a seller before deciding to use their products? Perhaps the most damning part about this bill is the last page where it says people can apply for religious vaccine exemptions with written letters, but the director of health can essentially say, to help with your exemptions, this is an emergency. Since when does an
May I ask you to
emergency mean?
summarize, please?
Yeah. Since when does an emergency mean that the government can nullify and suspend your fundamental rights as a consumer, patient, and American citizen? The Constitution clearly shows the limits and boundaries of which the state can operate within. Reasons such as it works or it's for the greater good is null and void. And think about it from an atheist perspective. I'm finishing up. What if you're an atheist who has good pattern recognition and you don't trust Big Pharma? If the bill passes, wouldn't this incentivize an atheist to fake being a Christian?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Thanks very much, Mr. Wong. Next, Tara Gregory.
Aloha kako, I'm Tara Malia Gregory. I have a background in child development and neuroscience. I'm a former middle school teacher, a mentor, and auntie to vaccine-injured children. I strongly oppose HB 1118. On February 7th, Kayana K. Kao gave testimony on behalf of the Attorney General on page 11, lines 13 to 15, that the language be inserted, any religious exemptions would need to be in conflict with the individual's bona fide religious tenets. It's still scratched out. I propose this committee take heed of all religious groups, like the gentleman that just spoke, constitutional rights under the First Amendment, and insert this language. It covers all bona fide religious tenets. I speak as a Bible-believing Christian. Here are 6 ways this bill infringes directly upon our God-given and constitutional rights. 1, potential fetal cell lines taken from aborted babies. 2, biblical views of the body as a temple of the Holy Spirit. 3, love thy neighbor as thyself. 4, God's design for family. 5, church attendance, and 6, Christian education. My written testimony has many peer-reviewed, over 30 studies and scriptural references that outline each bona fide religious tenet in depth. This bill would be infringing upon every single one. The Bible is very clear. We are to obey God rather than man. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Natalie Fund on Zoom. Please proceed. Please unmute yourself,
Hello?
Natalie. Yes, we hear you
Hi.
now. Go ahead.
I'm Natalie Fund, and I stand in strong opposition to this bill. See to it that no one takes you captive through hollow and deceptive philosophy, which depends on human tradition and the elemental spiritual forces of this world rather than on Christ. 1 Peter 2:16. Medicine is not one size fits all. Food is not one size fits all. Tone and interpretation of even conversation is not one size fits all. We live in a unique body, each with our own individual patterns of thought, action, vitality, and heart. Our conscience is formed by our upbringings along with our own lived experiences and studies. When I became pregnant with my first child, I had the humility to ask myself if there was something I did not yet know about the vaccine debate. Up until this point, I was a normal person. My conscience led me to look at the information that mainstream messaging labels as quackery. I quickly learned that the quack side of the argument fought hard for endless FOIA documents to prove that the science is far from settled. The Children's Health Defense, the Informed Consent Action Network, the Highwire all provide receipts for their claims. All you have to do to know this is to get a bit humble, a bit compassionate, and a bit curious. Every person I know who has actually researched vaccine safety beyond the so-called paid fact checkers has landed on the MAHA side. I cannot in good conscience put my faith in a product that the manufacturers of said product do not even hold liability for.
Please,
They do not have
if you could
faith in their own
please,
product.
if you could summarize, please, that'd be great.
They do not have faith in their own product to make money without government protection, government advertising, some call that propaganda, and in some states, government force. From 1986 to 2023, VAERS has paid out $4.6 billion of taxpayer money to have the backs of these pharmaceutical companies. Are you aware that most vaccines are not trialed with an inert placebo?
Thank you.
Are
Could you
aware
please
that the
summarize,
safety study-
ma'am?
I am summarizing. Are you aware that the safety study for Hep B vaccine was only 5 days? Some of the potential injuries, encephalitis, migraine, MS, seizures, Bell's palsy, and that's only from the nervous system category on the actual insert. If you all have not actually gone to the
Thank you.
FDA.gov and read the inserts, then you cannot make this decision in good conscience.
Thank
Please
you.
oppose this bill.
Thank you very much. Next, Naomi L. Don't know the last name, just L. Not present. Okay, I'm going to read some other, Terry Armbruster, if Terry Armbruster is here. While Terry Armbruster is coming up, I'm going to read the next testifiers. Dr. Cassandra Simonson, Maylee Gella, Arthur Hanneman, Crystal Matson, Veronica Lamb, and Sarah Kim. Okay, back to Terry Armbruster.
Chair Tarnas and committee members, I'm Terry Armbruster. I'm a longtime resident of Hawaii, and I strongly oppose HB 1118 for several reasons. First, it's unconstitutional. It violates our religious rights. And I just want to remind you that each one of you took an oath to uphold the Constitution, to protect our rights and freedoms, not to try to take them away. And it also violates parental rights. Parents are the guardians of their children's health and well-being. And they know what's best for their children's individual needs. And I propose that if you are trying to force shots on their children without their consent, then you should be held liable and ability to be sued for any harm or injury that be brought upon these children for forcing these shots on them. It also violates the basic right to bodily autonomy. If you afford the right, my body, my choice, to a woman that wants to kill her baby through abortion, then every other person should be given the right to protect their life from any possible harm or injury from a shot. Also, this is against informed consent. Anytime there is a risk of harm or death, there must be choice
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Yes, I'm almost done. Thank you. There must be choice. And there are more natural, healthy solutions, not just toxic injections. And I just want to let you know that I strongly urge you to vote no to HB 118 because there will be a lot of lawsuits brought against you. And most importantly, you're going to be held accountable to Almighty God, our Creator and Supreme Judge, for trying to mandate actions against our God-given free will.
Thank you.
So please listen to our choice and protect our freedom of choice, to protect our, listen to our voice and protect our freedom of choice, and also stop these bills against our will. We will not stop until you kill this bill.
Thank you.
And all God's people said, amen.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Next, Dr. Cassandra Simonson on Zoom. Please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Dr. Simonson. I'm a pediatrician on Maui where I've worked for the last 10 years with the underserved and Native Hawaiian community. And I'm here today speaking on my own behalf, not on anyone else's. And I'm going to stand on my written testimony. I just wanted to point out a few things that I have been thinking about, and that is that, you know, our outer islands, our neighbor islands, are at very high risk of an outbreak due to the number of unvaccinated kids. And I just wanted people to keep that in mind, that our neighbor islands, we do not have ICU beds for children. We don't even really have regular hospital beds. If you're admitted in Maui, you're on the same floor as everyone else. No negative pressure rooms, no isolation. So we're not even equipped for one measles case on my island, let alone hundreds. And I'm going to give you an example of Big Island. If you look at the Department of Health's findings on the religious exemption rates, this data is all from there and publicly available. Big Island has around 2,300 unvaccinated students. If you expand that to include their younger siblings that are not in school yet, you could estimate 3,200 unvaccinated keiki on the Big Island. If you were to have an island-wide outbreak of measles, measles infects at 95%, and we're looking at around 650 hospitalizations because around 20% of kids with measles need to be hospitalized.
May I ask you to
So
summarize,
they're
please?
sick. Sure. And so if you have an outbreak on a neighbor island, you will not be able to give good quality medical care to children. So the mortality rate would be much higher, and you could lose around 100 children with one outbreak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Meili Gela.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, my name is Molly Gela, and I'm a registered nurse of 28 years. I strongly oppose this bill. While this is wrong for all students, the state's overreach into private faith-based church schools is beyond egregious. They receive no federal or state funding, yet the state now believes they have the right to strip these schools of their core beliefs and dictate how they exercise their faith. Many church-based schools are pro-life, and one of the strong objections to vaccines is the use of aborted fetal cell lines that are used in manufacturing of vaccines and/or end up in the vaccines. What is next? Will you be telling these schools they cannot use the Bible as their standard of truth? The United States of America is a constitutional republic, not a pure democracy. One of the fundamental principles of a constitutional republic is the protection of minority rights against the potential tyranny of the majority. In the last hearing, all those who spoke in support of the bill, including our DOH director, completely disregarded what this bill is about: a parent's constitutional right to exercise their religious beliefs. Their arguments were all focused on medical concerns of the 296 immunocompromised students, while failing to acknowledge the thousands of students and families that would be harmed if this bill passes. I did not hear a single person mention the possibility of a vaccine injury.
May I ask you to summarize,
Yes.
please?
Could it be because they are in complete denial of any potential risk? Their belief in a perfect medical intervention, all benefit, no risk, sounds more like a religion to me than science. Our governor, Dr. Fink, who wrote this bill, and everyone responsible for supporting this bill must be held responsible for any and all injury if this bill is passed. If none are willing to take on this responsibility, we have no right mandating vaccines for the students of Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next one's, please, come on. Arthur Hanneman, Crystal Matson, Veronica Lamb, and Sarah Kim are next. So please be ready. Mr. Hanneman, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Tarnas and the committee. Appreciate the opportunity. Art Hanneman, 7 children, 25 grandchildren, and I strongly oppose this bill, HB 1118. I can't imagine the government stepping in between a mother and a father and their child. I mean, if you think about that. The mother gave birth, carried the baby for nine months. I have 11 sisters, and I have 6 daughter-in-laws, and I've watched them give birth. The mother gives birth, she carries the baby for 9 months, gives birth, cares for that baby, loves that baby, takes care of that baby. And this bill tells the mother, we can do a better job than you. You stand in between them and their government and God-given right to choose what is best for their child. If you pass this bill, what you're saying is you don't. I know what is best because you don't. There's 1.4 million people here in Hawaii. My question is, how many parents came to you and asked you to write this bill? That they demand that their parents, that their children receive vaccination? How many? There have been over 1,000 testimonies against this bill, the majority. We are the majority.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Sure. The sad thing is, there's 71 people in this House, in this legislative body, 71, 1.4 million people. Please listen to the majority. We say no to HB 1118.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next, Crystal Matson on Zoom, not present. Next, Veronica Lamb on Zoom, not present. Sarah Kim on Zoom. While Sarah's getting ready, I'll read the next group. Anastasia Thomas, Aaron Austin, Noella Von Weigand, Tiana Lolotai, Junior Tupai, and Adam Poola. Okay? So now let's listen to Sarah Kim. Is that right?
Hi,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Please proceed.
Strongly oppose HB 1118. Just stop it. If you have seen a huge decrease in vaccination rates in the past few years, that means that is what the people want. The same people you have been elected to represent. So why would you vote against the people you represent? Hello? Do you guys not remember the history of why people fled Europe to America? 1620, pilgrims arrived in U.S. aboard the Mayflower, fleeing religious persecution. 1787, U.S. Constitution born, enshrining the rights and religious freedoms the pilgrims sought. Now that we understand the reason for the Constitution, let's learn how a constitutional republic, not a democracy, makes America so beautifully different from everywhere else in the world. Direct democracy, citizens vote directly on laws, majority vote determining the outcome. Democratic republic, citizens elect representatives to make decisions on their behalf. But our Constitution includes safeguards to protect individual rights and religious freedoms, even if they are not supported by the majority. Thank you.
Thank
Strongly
you.
opposed.
Thank you very much. Next, Dawn Poani. Okay. Oh, wait, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Anastasia Thomas. After Anastasia Thomas is Aaron Austin. Please proceed. Ms. Thomas.
Aloha, my name is Anastasia Thomas. I stand on my original testimony, but would like to add and simply say, I was not born here, but I was raised here for the majority of my childhood. My husband was born here, and we have been raising our kids here for the last 15 years. They are 17 and 18 years old. I strongly oppose Bill HB 1118, which mandates vaccinations for all children in Hawaii to attend public school, eliminating religious and non-medical exemptions. While I understand the importance of public health, parents should have the right to make informed decisions about their children's care, including the choice to refuse vaccinations based on personal or religious beliefs. This bill infringes on fundamental parental rights and forces families into compliance with a policy that may contradict their deeply held conviction. As the Bible teaches in Proverbs 22:6, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. This reinforces that parents, not the state, should have the authority to make decisions for their child's well-being. Furthermore, the Bible clearly emphasizes that our bodies belong to God and not to the government, as stated in 1 Corinthians 6:19-20, what? Know ye not that your body is a temple of the Holy Ghost which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own? For ye are bought with a price, therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's. This affirms that the government does not have ownership over our bodies. I also urge that we not be gaslighted by medical professionals who claim that this is solely about
Yes.
public health.
Could I ask you to summarize, please?
Got it. We must be heard and respected with room for dialogue so that we can agree to disagree on this matter. I appreciate you for this opportunity and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Ms. Thomas. Next, Aaron Austin. After Aaron is Noella Von Weigand. Please proceed, Ms. Austin.
Aloha, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Erin Austin, and I'm a member of HFIC. I'm the daughter of a pediatrician and the mother of a vaccine-injured child who is now one of those immune-compromised children you are trying to protect. I do not need the government to protect my child. I'm divinely led by God, and it is my job to protect my children, not yours. I do not expect you to take your vitamins so mine work better, wear a life jacket so I don't drown, nor wear a condom with your partner so I don't get pregnant. You should never expect me to sacrifice my 2 healthy children at the expense of my 1, nor any of my children at the expense of somebody else's. These vaccines have over 400 listed side effects, including death. I should have the right to make that choice. By passing this bill, you'll be harming over 7,000 families in order to protect less than 300 kids who hold a nearly impossible to get medical exemption. And by the way, there is a vaccine schedule put out by the CDC. All vaccines except live virus vaccines are recommended for immune-compromised children. The real threat will not be the unvaccinated child sitting next to the one who has an immune system that's been compromised, but actually the one who's recently been vaccinated with a live virus vaccine, such as the MMR, as they can shed and spread the very illness they are targeting. Does our DOE have a plan to track those recently vaccinated students, as the CDC recommends they stay away from the immune-compromised for at least 6 weeks? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Noella Van Weigand on Zoom. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. By the way, thank you for pronouncing my name properly. It's Wiegand, but you did the V part of it. I want everybody in this room to know, thank you once again for allowing me to speak. Everybody in this room can file a formal complaint with the Department of Justice or Pam Bondi's office. And when you get to that page, you can file a complaint under 2 things: discrimination, educational discrimination, and under religious discrimination, because this bill clearly, HB 1118, clearly violates the First Amendment, which is the holiest of all. The other thing I'd like to comment is on herd immunity. I stand on my original testimony via Zoom in the last meeting. I was injured by the vaccines at a very young age, and I got Guillain-Barré paralysis. So since then, I have always been medically and, to be safe, religiously exempted. But I've never had the measles. I've never had any. I have never really been a very sick person, okay? Thirdly, I know friends and family that have had extreme health issues since they have received some of the vaccines. So there's a few people in the room here. The last testimony I gave, one of the young ones.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Sure. She referred to some of our testimonies. I can't remember her exact word, but it was basically saying we're being overdramatic. I'm not being overdramatic. I was a 6-year-old who couldn't walk for 4 months. So, please, I'm old now. I'm closing in on 70, and I urge you, in 1962, I took these vaccines, and it has affected me. But I am a healthy person, believe it or not. But everybody go to departmentofjustice.org,
Thank you.
Bondi's office, discrimination and religious discrimination. File a formal complaint, because that's what I did after the first meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Tiana Lolotai on Zoom, not present. Okay, the next 2 people are Junior Tupai and Adam Po'oloa. I want to read the next group, the names of the next group. Shannon Karatko, Ayman El-Swaifi, Kelly Harada, Taylor Abshire, and Raina Laughlin, okay? Junior Tupai, good to see you, sir. Please proceed.
Awesome. Aloha, thank you so much to the Judiciary Hawaiian Affairs Committee for the opportunity, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members to testify in opposition to HB 1118. I pastor a small church in Big Island, and this is something that I actually afford to my community members, which is religious exemptions. So just per Hawaii Constitution, Article 1, Section 4 states, no law shall be enacted respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, end quote. Article 1, Section 5 states, and I quote, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor be denied the equal protection of the laws, nor be denied or deprived the enjoyment of their civil rights, or be discriminated against in the exercise thereof because of their race, religion, sex, or ancestry, end quote. Article 1, Section 2 of Hawaii Constitution states, all persons are free by nature and are equal in their inherent and inalienable rights, end quote. The reason why I stated this is because we have inalienable, inherent, religious, and civil rights. And per Article 16, Section 4, which elected officials have sworn oaths to support and defend the United States Constitution and the Hawaii Constitution. These are exemptions that have been afforded to the community for years. And in closing, our state motto, Wamau Ke'ea, Oka'ina, Ikapono, that the life and sovereignty of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. And my hope is that if you're currently voting no on this, I hope that you would reconsider and vote no, excuse me.
Thank you.
And vote no on this, HB 111-18. Mahalo for your time and your service. Aloha, I yield.
Thank you. Next, Adam Po'oloa on Zoom, not present. Okay, so Shannon Karatko on Zoom, not present. Next, Ayman El Swaifi on Zoom, not present. Next, Kelly Harada in person. Kelly Harada, not present. Next, Taylor Abshire in person. Okay, while Taylor's coming up, I'm going to read the next group. Cheyenne, Christina Young, Danielle DeLima, Aaron Silos, and Renee DePerink. Okay, and please proceed. Introduce yourself and please proceed.
Aloha. My name is Taylor Abshire, and I stand before you today as a wife, mother, a daughter of God, holding a degree in biochemistry. I actually graduated from BYU Hawai'i in Laie. I strongly oppose HB 1118 as I believe it infringes upon both parental rights and religious freedom. It strikes me as contradictory that some of you advocate for children's rights to undergo gender transition, yet are opposed to the rights of my family to choose whether or not to vaccinate. The bill's justification is rooted in the concept of herd immunity. However, if we are to rely on science, let's apply it comprehensively, shall we? Why does the concept of herd immunity only apply exclusively to children? What about the custodians, teachers, coaches, and administrators who also interact with these children? Are they not part of the herd? According to the CDC's own website, many of these adults no longer have immunity. Additionally, if we continue to apply a scientific approach, why is the focus only on schools? Are we suggesting that diseases can only be spread within the school environment? From a scientific standpoint, that appears inconsistent. Many families, including my own, who choose not to vaccinate based on religious beliefs are doing so because of our deeply held convictions. I want to make it very clear. We will not comply just because Governor Green tells us we should. As such, we will be compelled to withdraw our children from school. As most of you know, school enrollment directly impacts school funding. The approach we should adopt here is informed consent. If the concern is truly low vaccination rates, let us focus on creating and testing safe vaccines that align with ethical and religious principles so we can ensure that individuals are not faced with a conflict between their health and their faith.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Forcing families to act against their religious conviction is not the answer. Voting against this bill does not imply opposition to vaccines or science. Rather, it signifies support for parental rights, religious freedom, and the principles of informed consent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Raina Laughlin on Zoom, please proceed.
Hello.
Hello, we hear you. Please proceed.
All right. Thank you. I want to thank you, chairs and representatives, for listening to me speak. I strongly oppose Bill HB 1118. It is unconstitutional and based on impractical, fallacious, and biased reasons. The role of our government was not meant to make health decisions for our children, nor to decipher the realness and genuineness of people's faith, but to uphold the Constitution, and this blatantly disregards the free exercise of religion. Protecting our right to choose does not harm others. Those who choose to may do so with their confidence in their own beliefs and research that tells them vaccinations work and keep their children safe. Ironically, despite Representative Amato's accusations against those who oppose, it's their fallacious medical speculations and uninformed and profit-driven parties that support this bill. Furthermore, while many of us testifying have wisely researched and widely, Trump's team will prepare to investigate creators of the vaccines, the deception, injuries, and millions of deaths caused by the vaccines. It is a reckless and criminal thing to force vaccinations. There is clear, strong opposition on this bill. The voices of we the people have spoken against it. On behalf of all the beloved children of Hawaii who are too innocent or quiet to fight for themselves, we demand to be heard and this bill be thrown out. I'm a mother of 5 and I homeschool.
Thank you. Could you please summarize?
Yes. What Representative Martin said, it saddens her that people choose to homeschool. Passing this bill is going to incite people to homeschool or push them to, which in fact more often results in children excelling. Again, misinformation and failure to look into things, which the government needs to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person, in Cheyenne, no last name. In person, Cheyenne, not present. Okay, Christina Jung on Zoom. Christina Jung?
Yes,
Please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm a concerned Hawaii resident. I've lived here for 24 years. All of my children are born and raised here, and they go to public school. And I strongly oppose this bill, and I just strongly urge you to vote no. The biggest thing I want to say that I don't think anyone else has mentioned, and I would really like if you guys looked into this. My biggest concern with HB 1118 is that Hawaii school requirements include more than almost all other states. Even California doesn't require the HPV vaccine. And in 2020, HAR 157 was amended to add 5 more vaccines to the schedule for Hawaii schools. That brought us to a total of 10 vaccines, which is, they're given multiple times, so that it totals 31 injections containing 47 doses from daycare to 12th grade. Since most other states still only require the main 5 vaccines, you know what they are, like MMR, DTaP, polio, Hep A, and just only a few, but our state added more, and by the Department of Health, who we don't get to vote for, and it was approved by Josh Green when he was lieutenant governor, who did receive donations from Pfizer when 2 Pfizer shots were added for our 7th graders. So I think it's something that's really important for you guys to consider, especially with Hawaiian Affairs, because the HPV vaccine, which is only required in 4 states out of 50 states, this vaccine alone can cause infertility, premature ovarian failure, and early menopause.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Okay, summarize that this could cause Hawaii's children to become infertile and could reduce the Native Hawaiian population. And this is definitely, important for Hawaiian Affairs. Japan banned the HPV vaccine due to serious adverse reactions, and there were many pro-vaccine parents that were opposed to this one when it was added to the schedule.
Thank you.
So when you're considering both sides of the bill, please remember that doctors will profit from this. All the physicians urging you to vote in favor. They will make more money off of more shots and less exemptions. And
Thank you.
I beg you to please do not take away our parents' rights to care for children's health according to our own religious beliefs. And the impact will be devastating on Hawaii's children. And the children will be suffering the most. And you don't want to be the ones that voted for this. So please vote no. Thank you. And listen to your constituents.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Danielle De Lima. Danielle De Lima.
Aloha, Chair and committee members. My name is Danielle De Lima, and I'm testifying in opposition to HB 1118. While I understand the bill is centered on herd immunity and public health, it is crucial to recognize that public health policies must also uphold individual rights and freedoms as guaranteed by our Constitution. I have submitted a longer testimony, but I'll focus on the 3 points. Number 1 is religious freedom. I think we've heard enough about that, so I'll leave that there. Number 2 is informed consent and medical autonomy. Medical decisions, especially regarding vaccination, should be made based on individual health, family history, and personal beliefs. Requiring all children to be vaccinated to attend school disregards the principle of informed consent. Societal division. This bill has the potential to create an unnecessary divide between families who comply with vaccine mandates and those who do not, leading to stigmatization and segregation in our communities. True leadership is demonstrated by the ability to rise above political pressures and serve the people with integrity. Lawmakers must remember that the responsibility is to their political party, is not to their political party, but to the constituents who represent.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Yes. Rather than eliminating the religious exemption, we should focus on creating open, respectful dialogue and increasing access to education and vaccines. Chair Tarnas, I plead with you on behalf of my baby and the many others who showed up to please defer this measure.
Thank you very much.
Mahalo.
Thanks very much. Erin Silos, P-S-I-L-L-O-S.
Hello, Erin Pasillos.
Oh, sorry, Basilos. All right.
Mother of 6. There's not really much more that can be said that hasn't been said already. There's been some very compelling testimony given. My concern is that it falls on deaf ears time and time again with our representatives. And it's very egregious and disturbing how many times you guys have sat in on these committees and listened to these testimonies from parents and then you go and vote against what the majority is saying. This has been overwhelming opposition to this bill, just as it was in the last hearing. I was actually just watching that this morning, the last hearing in the Health Committee. Overwhelming opposition, and they still went through and voted yes, the majority of them. That was appalling to me. The cognitive dissonance of so many of you is astounding. To quote one of the representatives, she says, "Do you have a right to control your own body? I say yes. I will stand up to support a person's right to body autonomy." And even in her closing arguments before she voted, she says, "I strongly agree and stand to support body autonomy," and then voted yes on this. It's such cognitive dissonance, it's appalling. I urge you guys to please listen to the majority of the people here, overwhelming majority of people who oppose this. It is our right to choose as parents what we do for our children, and it's not the government's place in here. And I urge you to vote no.
Thank you very much. Renee Dieperink?
Deeperink.
Deeperink, oh, so close, sorry.
Thank you.
Before you start, Ms. Deeperink, I'm going to read the next group's names so they can be prepared. Campbell Cavasso, Crystal Kayaban, Elena Friels, Natalie Tiralongo, and Jason Potts. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Renee Dieperink, and I strongly oppose Bill HB 1118. I've been a teacher for over 35 years, and did you know that a child who is hepatitis B positive or HIV positive or whatever disease, they can actually come to school without any problems? And some of my students had that, and they fall and they get scratched and they pick at their wounds and they touch their paper and I touch the paper and all that. So there's no problem with that. But a healthy child who does not have hepatitis B but didn't get the vaccine cannot come to school. So how does that make any sense? This is just one of the many examples I could give you about how none of this makes sense. Most of the required vaccines for school enrollment do not even confer immunity in the sense of you can still catch it, you can still spread it. So how, again, does this help the so-called herd immunity that this whole bill is based on? Also, was said already, but all the adults in the school, like I had all the childhood diseases, so I actually am protected, but what about everybody else? I propose that you strike the removal of the exemptions language and turn this bill around, and instead add a personal belief or philosophical exemption, and also remove the requirement for HPV vaccination, since it is not a disease that is contagious in a school setting.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Next, Campbell Cavasso.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. My name is Cam Cavasso, former state representative in this honorable body. Thank you for the privilege of addressing you. I have 10 points that I put in my testimony. Most of them have been well covered this afternoon, so I'll just quickly address some of them. This bill is deeply and extremely offensive and disrespectful to my family and myself. I am insulted by Governor Green's submission of this bill. It violates the First Amendment, as others have already said. This bill is anti-Muslim, Buddhist, Shinto, Hindu, Mormon, Jewish, Catholic, Christian. Are we against religions? I'll go aside and say that Governor Green and Soros, ethnic Jewish people have said that they support this, yet they offend their own religion. I'll go on to cover just at the national level, we have a president that has just been recently elected. He's unpopular here in Hawaii, but he has the power to execute his orders, executive orders. And this week he addressed the executive order where Maine has been shut down. I'll summarize this, yes, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, he defunded all funds for the state of Maine because they defied his executive order to not have men run in women's sports. This, and I'll summarize this last one, this bill is a defiance of this ending COVID-19 vaccine mandates in schools that our president has signed. If we pass this, we run the risk of defunding not only our educational system, but the whole state of Hawaii.
Thank you very much. Next, Crystal Kayaban.
Aloha, my name is Crystal, and these are my two daughters, Alohalani and Kalea, and we'd like to speak to oppose HB 1118.
The preamble to the Constitution says that we should secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterities, which is our children. I want my parents and me to decide of my health. I don't want my governments to take control of what I get to do. I don't want those chemicals infused inside of me. They aren't good. They aren't natural. I don't like them. And I want my parents to be able to have the opportunity to choose what I can have. My parents never gave me a vaccination because it's not good for my body, and everybody who has a vaccination should be healed and healthy. And I think we shouldn't have vaccinations because the chemical could kill us, and yeah.
Thank you.
So I used to trust doctors and the vaccine schedule before. We have older children as well. I never used to ask what was in the vaccines nor what possible side effects other than the common side effects that the nurses would tell us. I do remember when my older children got sick. They got very sick. These two have never been vaccinated. When they get sick, they get healed very quickly and easily with minimal medicines. And we believe that because of the Constitution and our rights, that we have the right for these to have religious freedoms, and we believe that this bill is very unconstitutional and that you should focus your efforts and funding on teaching children and families to be healthy. Thank you. We strongly oppose HB 1118.
Thank you very much. Gary Cordery on Zoom, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to address this body. This bill is critical for the people of Hawaii, for their liberty and their freedom. Their freedoms are enshrined in the Constitution. I would like to speak on 3 issues. One, this fallacy is the last standing leg that is supposed to actually support the idea of vaccines. They changed immunizations to vaccines for one reason. There's no such thing as immunity. There's never been a vaccine that has created immunity. Therefore, the concept of herd immunity is false. Secondly, the people have a right, a constitutional right, to determine what goes into their kids' bodies. I'm a father, grandfather of 7. My kids pulled their kids out of school because the government tried to impose mandates on them. In fact, they left Hawaii altogether. If this bill is passed, you will see another exodus leaving from Hawaii from the very taxpayers who are going to underwrite the school system here in Hawaii.
May I ask you to summarize, Mr. Cordery?
Summarizing, this bill is bad and should be deferred for every reason I've heard on the testifiers today. The one lady from Maui, the doctor, she testified in an earlier one, and I'm wondering if she's just one of the doctors who receives resources from Big Pharma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Elena Friels on Zoom. Please proceed.
Hi, I'm speaking to oppose HB 1118. I'm the mother of a delightful 1-year-old who you might hear in the background. I humbly hope to nurture in him a respect for humanity, the courage to think freely, and the curiosity to seek the Lord. I want him to grow up in a country where he has the freedom to choose what to put in his body rather than the state making those decisions for him. In response to the concern that many have brought up about measles, I want to point that very strong medical literature supports that a high dose of vitamin A is more than sufficient to help a child recover from measles. The support is arguing that this bill should pass due to public health concerns. I want to ask, why are we then not pushing to support families' access to overall health and well-being, to nutritional food and vitamins to support our health rather than vaccines? And I also want to ask, why this bill? Why now? There has never been a large-scale placebo-controlled study that proves vaccines safe. In fact, the CDC has historically refused to conduct such a study, not even a historical comparison of the outcomes of children who are vaccinated against those who are not. They even have access to this data, but they've refused to look at it. Thankfully, this lack of research is being brought to public attention recently. To everyone present here
May I
today,
ask you to
wanna-
summarize, please?
The democratic process is about representing the people. We can see the vast majority of opposition. And so I want to ask, why have the majority of votes thus far been in favor, since so many are opposed? Religious freedom is a rare gift worth protecting. This freedom allows us to form a beautiful, diverse nation.
Thank you.
Please oppose this bill for the sake of protecting our First Amendment rights and for families to choose what's best for their children. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Natalie Tiralongo on Zoom. Not present, okay. Jason Potts on Zoom. Not present, okay. The next group is Luella Vidina, Kristen Ho, Jasmine Bell, Kamaili Puaoi, and Wailani Gonzalez. Okay, first up, Luella Vidina.
Hi, everyone. Yes, my name is Luella. I'm a mom and a grandma. You guys heard already of the many reasons why we don't want, because I oppose that bill, 1118. I think that by far the most incomprehensible act that the governor and the people who wrote this bill is forcefully taking away parental rights to decide for their children, informed consent. I say equate this to the Japanese internment camp. Why? Why are you all daring to resurrect this filth? It's such an abomination, disgusting, and abhorrent, and unthinkable for you to have this control, this bill. You are willing to swallow the maggot-filled vomit and inhale that vile stench that was spewed out decades ago from those ruling and judging over the Japanese people. By controlling them and subjecting them to quarantine-like status based on their race, without giving them their freedom to choose based on human rights and religious freedom. Do not resurrect such a horrid and infamous period of the Japanese internment camps.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
This war that broke out in 2019, COVID-19, that's our enemy. And you're accusing us of being dissident because we're colluding with the enemy, COVID, when we choose not to get vaccinated. This is a different war, but same scenario. Don't demonize those who choose not to be vaccinated. They or we are not your enemy. COVID is. And there are other more viable ways to attack it. I donated my blood after having COVID to the blood bank that was used to help patients, convalescent plasma.
Thank you.
I was restricted to not take the vaccine in order to donate. Think about it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Next, Kristen Ho on Zoom. Not present? Next, Jasmine Bell on Zoom. Not present. Next, Kamaili Puaoi in person. While Kamaili's coming up, next group is Karen NGO, Carice Miguel Hamakua, Kehaulani Avicholi, and Makalani Franco Francis. Okay, please proceed. Introduce yourself, please.
Aloha, my name is Kamaile Puaoi, and I'm a Kanaka Maoli. I'm born and raised here in Kailua, Kaneohe, and I come from this land. I represent all of those mamas who couldn't be here today, those mothers and fathers. I am a single mama, and this greatly affects me and the impact on my financial well-being as well as my religious rights. But one of the things that I am sitting here listening to, obviously there's tons of testimony, is to first seek to understand. I really want to mahalo all of you for sitting here and listening to all of us. What a great responsibility you have to actually making decisions, not only for those that are in opposition like myself, but also for those that are in favor of this. And I can only imagine that it must be hard for you to understand like, wow, is it worth saving a few, risking, several thousand, or is it worth, what you think is saving the kupuna and whatnot? What I want to take off of your hearts today is the understanding that my belief and my religious beliefs and the exemption that I'm fighting for is that you no longer have to choose for me, that I get to make that choice. And my choice is with Keakua, and my choice is actually my God-given right. So if I expire, it's truly my benefit. My other understanding that I wanted to bring with you, to all of you, is we may differ in our opinions, but the one thing that's in common is all of you were birthed from a mom like me. And so if I were to reach into your hearts and into their lives, cut their hands off and tell them, you cannot go to school to be a lawyer. You cannot go to school to be a mahi aina. You cannot go to school to be a doctor or to sit here and make decisions for our folks. Wow, look at it from the eyes of your mama, because it's hard to understand me as I am only a single mama, but I represent all mothers.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Thank you. Thank you. Aloha. Wailani Gonzalez. Please, I've made my request earlier. Please don't clap or boo or anything in response. We're just trying to make sure we hear everybody. Okay, Wailani Gonzalez on Zoom.
Hi,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Please proceed.
Hi, aloha committee members. My name is Wailani Gonzalez. I'm a single mother of 2 middle school age Hawaiian boys. And I strongly oppose HB 1118. Being the only parent to my children, I do depend on the public school system to help me educate my children while I secure the financial necessities to provide for them. Since you've been already adequately advised and are well aware of the unconstitutional nature of HB 1118, I won't get into that. Also, you've been advised.
Ma'am, we're losing your signal. We can't hear you anymore. Oh, go ahead.
I think that's been bribery, blackmail. There's no amount of coercion, bribery, or blackmail, etc., that will force someone to go against their deeply held religious convictions. This dramatic measure will only cause mass amounts of unenrollment from the Hawaii public school system. Now, the Hawaii Department of Education allocates 90% of its funding to schools based on enrollment.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
I'm almost done. What impact do you think this will have on our already underfunded Hawaii school system? Speaking of funds, my grandfather was in politics, so I'm aware you may have been offered incentives to vote a certain way on this measure. I will take the time to remind you that the integrity in which you represent your constituents will be your legacy.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Next, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Karen, NGO.
Aloha. Thank you for having us here and patiently listening to all of these opposition. I'm Karen. This is my 5-year-old daughter, Sophia. Just a minute. And then I'm here because I oppose HB 1118. I grew up here. I run a couple of small businesses. I've been a CPA for the last 25 years here in Hawaii. Sophia attends Kaimuki Christian School for the last 2 years with a religious exemption. She has never had a vaccine since birth. She's growing up strong and healthy, and unlike a lot of other mothers that I talk to, she doesn't have any allergies, asthma, ear infections, skin eczema, never had antibiotics in her life. She has not missed 1 day of school this year so far. If you pass this bill, Sophia, and she will not get all of her catch-up vaccines in order to attend school if this bill passes. She won't be able to go. She won't be able to play with her friends, learn from her wonderful teachers, and continue to thrive at a school where she's learning our religion and building her relationship with God.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Okay, I will not play Russian roulette and see if my child does or does not get a mild or extreme reaction to each vaccine. I shouldn't have to sacrifice my convictions in order for Sophia to attend school.
Thank you.
I shouldn't even need a religious exemption for Sophia to go to school if I have been informed that death is
Thank you.
listed as one of the vaccine side effects, and I don't want to inject that into my child. I strongly urge you to oppose HB 1118. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Carice Miguel Hamako. If you can't comply with my request, I will ask you to leave. Let's respect each other. Not everyone is agreement here. So let's, no booing and no clapping. Thank you. Carice Miguel Hamakua.
Hi, my name is Carice Miguel Hamakua. Thank you for hearing me speak. I stand by my testimony. I strongly oppose HB 1118. While some argue that no major organized religion objects to vaccinations, the Constitution does not require religious beliefs to be affiliated with a major or organized religion. The Religious Freedom Restoration Act safeguards individuals' rights to practice non-traditional religious beliefs. Courts have recognized that a belief can be religious even if it's not a part of an established group. As the Supreme Court noted in U.S. versus Seeger in 1965, the test for religious beliefs is whether they are sincere and meaningful, not whether they are part of an organized sect. For you guys to be able to make this bill, you have to be able to show that there's a reason to remove a religious exemption. The average requirement for herd immunity for vaccination is 85%. And we've heard earlier that it's up to 94 to 95% for the most contagious. I don't know where the number on the bill came from for the religious exemptions for kids of being 5.3%, because according to the Hawaii Department of Health Immunization and Examination Requirements report school year 2023 to 2024 said that religious exemptions were only 4.07% total. So that still keeps it underneath the 5% to make 95% herd immunity.
Thank you. Could you summarize, please?
Just wanted to say in summary, I know you guys didn't have time to read all of these. I counted, I got a little crazy last night. There was about 1,272 testimonies, 1,209 were opposed. 48 about there were support. So just take that into consideration as you continue.
Thank you very much. Kehaulani Avicholi. As Kehaulani is coming up, the next one is Makalani Franco Francis, then Mary Healy, Tashina Lane, Danijela Hembal, Betty Garland, and Tila. Okay, back to you.
Aloha nui kākou, o ke haolani awikoli ko uinoa, he makua hine mauliau o ke ia aina nei. I am testifying today in strong opposition to Bill HB 1118. As a mother of faith, I represent many, and this bill is extremely concerning and honestly just exhausting. To boldly want to take away an option for families to choose is a major violation of our bodily autonomy, health, and religious freedoms. The government doesn't belong in spaces that concern our own rights to choose, nor does the government get to define what our religious beliefs even are, or what that entails. It's a private, sacred freedom that needs to be honored. My body, my choice, right? Or does that only apply for certain people? The religious exemption has allowed both of my keiki to attend school in honor of our faith, values, and beliefs. Do you want to take that away from families and leave them with little to no options for choosing what we feel is best? The guise of herd immunity and fear-mongering propaganda that unvaccinated children are a threat to society needs to be put to rest. Most of us are here today, our families who fiercely love their children, just like you. And a lot of us mothers here were once pro-vaccine. We had to learn a really hard way. And everyone deserves the right to choose, whether you agree with vaccination or not, whether you utilize exemptions or not. Informed consent goes both ways.
Please summarize.
And the truth is, vaccines are not a one-size-fits-all, nor are they without risks. We get to decide that, and now you get to decide. Representatives, you have the opportunity, as you agree to uphold, to truly make a lasting impact in our communities. You know and can clearly see the hundreds and thousands of people who have been fighting this fight for far too long. I ask that you please deeply consider voting no to this bill. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, Makalani Franco Francis on Zoom. Nope, not present. Okay. Mary Healy on Zoom. Please proceed, Mary Healy.
Hi, Mary Healy, saved by God to speak to those who couldn't today and bring honor to my ancestors. Our founding fathers understood when they created the Constitution based on Judeo-Christian values that God has always blessed America. Americans, including those that I stand with in opposition of this bill, are reasserting our true identity as people ordained by God to be the freest and most exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. I will be filing a complaint with the Department of Justice. I'll also write President Trump to halt federal funding to Hawaii immediately. Scientists, doctors, and chill politicians have to be able to admit when they are wrong. Interfering with parental choice and the right Hawaii citizens have to religious exemption is unacceptable. Fear-mongering of if a hypothetical outbreak of measles was to happen in the outer islands that is lacking ICU, like an earlier testifier said. If an outbreak was to happen, I'd also write President Trump to have the Navy hospital ship Comfort or Mercy come, just like he sent them to New York City during COVID.
Ms. Healy, may I ask you to summarize?
I'd say that with confidence that, and with the assurance of divine intervention, that the 77% of Americans who no longer trust the CDC are correct. The governor should, instead of threatening his citizens, should be using his power to pressure the state attorney general and the Maui Police Commission to investigate the leadership failures of the August 2023 Maui fires.
Thank you.
The governor can also call for
Ma'am, could you please summarize?
into Scott Nago's performance. Did you know?
There are other people waiting to testify. Could you please summarize?
In summary, I ask you all to vote no on this bill. I thank you for hearing my testimony, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Ms. Healy. Next, Tashina Lane on Zoom. Please proceed.
Aloha kako. My name is Tashina Lane, born and raised in Hawaii, working mother of 4 Hawaiian unvaccinated keiki who attend school with religious exemptions. I speak in strong opposition to Bill HB 1118 that egregiously violates religious and medical freedoms while unjustly denying children their fundamental right to an education, whether public, charter, or private. This bill imposes coercive medical mandates, stripping parents of their rights to religious freedoms and informed consent. Medical procedures in exchange for access to their civil right, education. Our children are our most precious gifts from God, who has entrusted us as parents to guide and protect them from harm. I personally know families whose children have suffered severe injury as well as death from adverse reactions to vaccinations. This grief aside, the statements to follow are not feelings or opinions, they are simply facts.
I'll need you to, could you please summarize?
Severe adverse reactions are listed on all vaccine package inserts, including anaphylaxis, myocarditis, Guillain-Barré syndrome, seizures, convulsions, chronic arthritis, encephalitis, autoimmune diseases, sudden infant death, and more.
Ma'am, I'll need you to summarize, please.
I'm summarizing, okay? This also violates informed consent. Informed consent requires a healthcare provider to explain the benefits and risks, disclose potential side effects, offer alternatives, including the right to decline. No child. Education should never be coercion.
Thank you.
No child should be denied, and my children attend Hawaiian immersion schools for the hope to be able to be the first in 3 generations to speak their native tongue, which was denied for generations by unlawful mandates to not speak, to take this away from them.
Thank you. We need to move on.
I can homeschool my children. I cannot teach them Hawaiian, as 3 generations were denied the ability. Please do not take away from Hawaiian children finally their ability to learn their native language and their culture.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote no.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Daniela Hembal. After Daniela Hembal is Betty Garland and Tila. Please proceed. Ms. Hembal.
Aloha Chair, aloha community. My name is Daniela Hembal and I'm opposing Bill HB 1118. The main argument for introducing Bill 1118 refers to the fear of a disruption of herd immunity. This fear indicates that herd immunity can only be acquired through a prophylactic immunization, which is not true. Active herd immunity of a specific population derives from two variants: a natural previous infection or a prophylactic immunization. I'm asking you, will it be righteous to mandate an artificial immunization to a child whose family, conscience, and First Amendment right will be violated without knowing if that child might already have natural immunity through previous infection? And thus indeed support herd immunity? Knowing this, don't we need to initiate a thorough evaluation of each immunity status of at-risk population, our school-age children, first, to justify the reasoning of this bill? Additionally, the decision whether to introduce herd immunity artificially depends on 4 epidemiological principles.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
One of them is that the risk of contracting disease must be considerable. In case of HPV, for example, this principle is not met in at-risk population. HPV is a pre-virus mostly transmitted through sexual intercourse. Individuals practicing sexual abstinence for religious reasons are not likely to get new HPV infections. So in this case, HPV religious practices are even more effective than the vaccine in protecting the general public from HPV. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Betty Garland on Zoom. Please proceed.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Aloha. First and foremost, I'd like to give thanks and glory to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for this opportunity to speak before you and be in strong opposition of this very evil bill. I am here in representation of our Almighty God. This bill imposes religious discrimination. This bill is promoting segregation of the vaccinated and unvaccinated. This bill is promoting civil unrest. This bill is promoting more hardships for families who already have enough on their plates to survive living in this economy. No matter how you vote on this bill, God knows all and God sees all. This bill is evil and is designed to destroy God's children. My hope for the committee is that the fear of God will be enough for you to oppose this bill, because this bill seeks to destroy his heritage. Proverbs 9, verse 10, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. Mahalo, and thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Tila in person. Tila, not present. Okay, now moving on. The next group is Margaret Hanneman, Rockwell Cannon, Christina Everett, Roku Lehua, Angela Melody Young, and Jonathan Barang. Okay, first up, Margaret Hanneman.
My leg locked. I'm Margaret Hanneman. Thank you for letting me be here. I oppose this bill, 1118. I have had several experiences in my life with my children, because I have 7, and I remember rushing my babies to the hospital because fever was so bad. And I could not even, as a mother, it was my second child, I could not do anything to bring his fever down. He had just had the shot, and thank goodness I took him to the hospital, and he's alive today, thank goodness. But and then I had the measles, I was vaccinated, all my children were vaccinated, and I got the measles at 15. So I'm still here. So I think I'm okay, and I think parents have the right to choose. If I had had my life to do over again, I would not, because the more and more I vaccinated my children, they have all kinds of skin problems, what do you call it? I can't breathe. Thank you, asthma. And they have a lot of little problems. I mean, they're living, they're doing great. But if I had my life to do over again, because I was following the herd to do the vaccinations, I would not vaccinate my children. I would not do it. I waited till, I'll summarize by saying I waited till they were almost ready to go into school before I vaccinate them, because I think vaccinating a baby is very serious and should not be done. So I oppose this bill, and I hope you listen to the majority that do not want this bill to pass. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Rockwell Cannon. Rockwell Cannon. not present. Christina Everett. Christina Everett, not present. Roku Lehua. Roku Lehua, not present. Angela Melody Young. Angela Melody Young, not present. Jonathan Bering. Jonathan Bering. Oh, Angela, go ahead. Angela, please proceed.
Oh, okay. Aloha. Angela Melody Young, CARES, neutral, because I'm a Christian and I have to work with the law, so I understand both sides of the perspectives. So if we read 1 and 2, 2 is crossed out, and I think it's saying that this is taking away authority for the parent to prescribe. So the parent can no longer help write an authorization for a religious exemption, but the doctor or nurse can still prescribe with a physical health condition for the student. If the student gets triggered, the student is excused. So why doesn't the legislature legislate extra doctors to help? So for example, proposed amendment under number 1, a licensed physician, a mental health doctor, because we have Christian counselors and Christian psychologists that can help with these concerns. And also, the law should also excuse a mental health condition, because right now it's only considered a physical health conditions. So sometimes the mental health condition is...
Angela, could you please summarize?
Yes, I will summarize, and just to say, the Christian community is saying, there's allergic reactions, but then the law is declaring that they need to meet certain data point standards for herd immunity, and not just that Jesus said so, because, they can't hear everything the Holy Ghost is saying. So let's compromise and have both communities understand each other, because the Bible calls us
Thank
to,
you.
understand each other. Okay, great.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Jonathan Bering. Jonathan Bering. Not present. Okay, the next group, Shyla Lefef, Bernard Mendonca, Blanca Larson, Adriana, Eric Eck, and Noel Campbell. So first up, Shyla. Shyla, is there Shyla here? Are you Shyla? No.
First up.
Shyla? Okay, no. Next, Bernard. Bernard. Is Shyla on Zoom? No. Please proceed, Mr. Bernard Mendonca.
Yeah, if there's one thing we learned during COVID, and you heard it over and over again, follow the science. We followed the BS, and it kept continuing, whether it was Fauci or all CDC. Did we learn any lessons from them? Did all of you learn anything? These are people that are educated, and they don't know, it seems like they don't know anything about health. We got food in the stores with cancer agents inside, and we're hoping that RFK will bring things to light that talks about health. We got a Department of Health that can't answer anything about health. All they know is we have cases and you get a vaccine. How can a Department of Health say they're for health and can't answer anything about health? I even called them one time. I said, if I give you a suitcase and you started at this point, go around the block, and you ended up with more cases, what are you going to do? No one could answer. And they even come out, we saved 3 million lives. I said, how did you get to that conclusion? That person said, oh, you go to this fund and look it up. I said, I looked it up. It's a Commonwealth fund. It comes out of Boston. Rated Boston #1, Hawaii #2. For all these lies I saw, I called back and I said, you know what? I never saw much BS propaganda in all my life. And I'm asking you to protect our children and do not go along with this agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Next, Blanca Larson.
Aloha, mahalo. My name is Blanca Larson. I live in Makaha, and I am a Trump supporter. Thank you for allowing me to come over here. I didn't submit a testimony because I seen that a lot of people already telling you what I was going to tell you. But I want you to know that I'm not here because I think that you are wrong. You know, I do feel you're wrong, but I am here because I had experienced issues with the vaccine, not myself, but my friends and my family. I have a daughter right now that she was for vaccination because she was going to college, and either you give the vaccination or you don't attend college. So now she has issues. Since then, she's been sick, dysociated, you know, passing out almost on the freeway. I don't want to tell you the whole story because all of these people may have something to say as well. So I just only can give you two cases. My own daughter, who I spent a lot of hours in the hospital with her while they taken, she has liquid in her brain now.
I'll need you to summarize, please.
Okay. So I am a witness to a child who he was normal, and they left Hawaii because of the vaccination or something, and then when he got vaccinated, he got sick, and now he's, you know, handicapped. I mean, he's older now. So please vote no. I oppose this bill, you know, HB 118.
Thank you, Ms. Larson.
Mahalo, and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. Next, Adriana. Adriana, not present. Next, Eric Eck. Eric Eck. While Eric's coming up, I'm going to read the next group. It'll be Noel Campbell, and then B. Ann Gamache, Angela Kealakai, Carrie Kwan, and David Kayaban. Please proceed, Eric.
All right, my name is Eric Eck. I'm the father of two boys, 9 and 12 years old. I strongly oppose this bill. I grew up with a mother that was a nurse, and I believed in vaccines. In 1999, I was given the anthrax vaccine in the military. I felt that vaccine burn through my body, and I did not feel well for about 2 years after that. That vaccine was then recalled, and they had to reissue a different vaccine because that one was incorrect. In 2011, I went through natural medicine school after getting extremely sick at Castle Hospital. Since then, I've seen multiple children have adverse reactions after vaccination. During COVID, I watched my mother have 2 strokes after her 2 COVID boosters. And since the COVID, I've seen many of my friends have strange cancers and strange heart problems. Many of them were pilots that are extremely healthy and under rigorous health inspections. So I'm for informed consent. This bill does not do that. I'm for companies being held liable for the products that they produce.
Please summarize.
This bill does not support that. I'm for healthy and humane ingredients. Vaccines do not support that. And I'm for our God-given rights to treat our bodies as God's temple. This bill does not support that, so please oppose this bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Noel Campbell. Noel Campbell, not present. Next, Ann Gamache. Ann Gamache.
Hello, my name is Anna Gamache Alamora. I live here in Hawaii, and I have lost 8 family members from the COVID vaccine, immediate family members, sisters, uncles, aunts, cousins, from either turbo cancer or immediate heart attacks. I have got nephews that were born, were perfectly normal at age 18 months. They are identical twins. 18 months, got the MMR injections, and became autistic within 72 hours, swelling of the brain, no more verbal communication, no more eye contact. They are now 18 years old, and thank God we went to more alternative methods to deal with their symptoms. I was injured with the tetanus vaccine when I was 8 years old, and then again when I was in 2006 after a car accident. I didn't even know it was a vaccine then. So I have lost many family members to these things, and I have lots of people in my family that have been diagnosed with autism and Asperger's and other things on the spectrum because of these vaccines. Anybody who can tell me that these beautiful 18-month-old little boys that were talking and walking and making eye contact and were like way above normal mental abilities within 72 hours completely lost.
Please summarize.
So, I'm just very much opposed to forcing people to take any kind of a vaccine. I got peripatesis from my son getting a peripatesis vaccine. We both got sick from it. Took 6 months to get over that. So please, please understand that people need the right to understand what they're putting in their bodies. And the other thing is, just so you know, when the COVID vaccines were being given here in Hawaii, the inserts at the pharmacies were completely blank. So that is absolutely not informed consent. Thank you, and I oppose this bill.
Thank you very much. Anela Kalakai? Anela Kalakai? Not present. Next, Carrie Kwan. Carrie Kwan? Not present. Next, I'm calling Tila Garcia again. She signed up. Tila? Tila, not present. David Kayaban? David Kayaban, not present. So I'm going back now. Anela?
Yes.
Great. Anela Kalakai, please proceed.
Okay, so religious freedoms are a constitutional right, not a privilege, and I know because I serve to protect these freedoms. My daughter was injured after routine vaccinations and experienced febrile seizures, and she was hospitalized for 5 days. But I was unaware that vaccines were the issue at the time because I was for vaccines. There are many actions that you can take to care for public health, but I don't see anything being done, especially when our foods are sprayed with pesticides and our foods are filled with toxins. Public schools should be for all children, not just those who blindly or willingly follow mandates. Schools' medical exemption forms even state vaccine injury as criteria for being eligible. And the overwhelming amount of parents that can homeschool their students if this bill goes through will leave an impact, and that's going to affect programs, other students, and even teachers. So I urge you to oppose this bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Blessings. Blessings? She left. What's it? Oh, hi, come on up and introduce yourself.
There's a delay out there. Aloha committee members, thank you for your time. My name is Dr. Carrie Kwan.
Carrie Kwan.
Yeah. I'm a prenatal and pediatric chiropractor here on Oahu. I am also a mom of 2 young children. This is Makoa, my daughter, and Alani is 3. I oppose HB 1118. As part of my chiropractic doctorate degree, I've had to take multiple undergraduate and graduate classes in biochemistry, chemistry, biology, anatomy, and even pharmaceuticals. With the knowledge I've learned from my educational background and continuing education I complete every year, I choose not to vaccinate my children on religious and personal beliefs. There is not enough research safety, such as double-blind studies and placebo vaccines, that show vaccines are safe for everyone. If there's an inherent risk, there should be a choice. There are also vaccines currently on the market that use fetal cell lines in the cultures used to grow the vaccines, which goes against my and many families' religious beliefs. Parents can choose to vaccinate, but don't take away my choice to do what I believe is the best choice for my family. This bill should also apply to school teachers and staff, but it doesn't. Many adults are no longer immune to diseases that vaccines are supposed to protect them from.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
I urge you to please allow parents to make the choices for their children's health. We, the people, need you to stand on our side and not on the side of a big pharmaceutical company that profit from vaccine mandates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next ones are Blessings, Tomoka Uda, Maya Mekarin, and Anela Guoko. That's all who have signed up to testify here. Okay, so those would be the 4. If you haven't heard my name, you haven't heard your name, I need you to sign up out. Is he still out there? No. Okay, so it's either Blessings, Tomoko Uda, Maya Mekaring, and Anela Guoko are the ones that have signed up. If you have not heard your name and you need to testify, go outside and sign up, okay? Are you Blessings?
No.
Are you, wait.
Maza. It's Maya.
Okay, let me check to see if Blessings around. Okay, Blessings gone, okay, not present. And are you Tomoko?
No, Maza. That's Maya. You said Maya, but it's Z actually, not Tomoko.
Okay, well, let me just see if Tomoko Uda is here. No, stay up there, sir. I think you're next. Okay, Tomoko is not present. Next is Maza.
Yes.
Please, you're next. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, representative, and I'm glad to see my representative, Ms. Della Belati. I am a state employee. And I refused vaccination almost 5 years ago. You know, I have my colleagues who are all fully vaccinated, but they are more sick. I have my sick leave. I haven't taken a single day sick leave. I am healthy. I'm older than them. Many of them are younger than me. And I'm surprised. And I'm thankful to God that God gave us immunity, stronger fighting immunity in our body, much greater than the vaccine. And if you read any epidemiologists, herd immunity does not come by vaccine. It comes by natural immunity.
May I ask you to summarize, please?
Yes. What I'm saying is we need some common sense. And that's become, you know, I'm sad, common sense has become too uncommon, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Please oppose HB 1118. For my daughter was harmed in childhood. We didn't have all this information before. I'm glad that it's coming out, and many of the families know, and we need to respect, we need to examine the facts. The science is knowledge. It's not what somebody else who has a name after,
Thank you.
Letters after their name. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next, Anela Guoko.
Aloha mai kākou, o wau o Anela Gueko, ano wai manalo mai au. Aloha. Aloha, my name is Anela, and I am from Ko'olau-Poko, the Ahopua of Waimanalo. As a native-born Kanaka Oiwi of this land and one carrying many bloodlines, I'm as diverse as it gets, and I stand here representing many people who aren't able to be here today, not just for myself and my ohana, and I strongly oppose HB 1118 because it removes religious and personal freedoms, which are our unalienable rights protected by both the Hawaii state constitution as well as our United States Constitution, both of which all of you swore an oath to support, protect, and uphold. So we're asking you to do that today. This bill would force Hawaii, or the people of Hawaii, excuse me, and our ohanas to choose between their religious beliefs and tenets as well as and education. This affects both private and public schools, which we pay large amounts of taxes for. Why should families be forced to choose between their faith and educating their children? Who would do such a thing? Who would ask such a thing?
May I ask you to summarize,
I would
please?
ask you, who incentivizes these types of bills? I've been fighting these types of bills for the last 20 years. Who would birth, push, and support this type of bill? This needs to stop.
Thank you.
I see this bill as unethical and immoral. It's a move under the guise of public health, and it violates bodily autonomy, personal sovereignty, and health rights that are God-given and protected by aforementioned constitutions.
Thank you.
Again, I ask you, please vote for the people of Hawaii and kill this bill today with a no vote. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, Malia Augustin. And after Malia is Susan Alden, then Tarita Tehotu, Michelle Ramos, and then Christopher Lott. So that's the 5 testifiers that we have remaining.
Aloha,
Please go ahead.
Vice Chair Tarnas, Vice Chair Poe, Chair Tarnas. Thank you for this time, and thank you for all the committee members for making time to hear our testimony. I submit my testimony in strong opposition to HB 1118. I oppose this repeal because it is a direct violation of our First Amendment right that no law prohibit the free exercise of religion. I'm a Native Hawaiian mother of 2 young children whose well-being is my top priority. The current childhood immunization schedule required for school admission amounts to 33 plus immunization dosages from birth to the age of 18. Excluding the recommended vaccinations and boosters for flu and mRNA COVID. I worked in healthcare for 5 years, and during the pandemic, worked directly with COVID-19 relief efforts. Parents are required to sign a form that they are aware of the risk that their child receiving an immunization, removing the responsibility of the potential harm from the medical provider. Additionally, medical providers are paid a commission from the pharmaceutical companies when they administer these immunizations. So God gives us discernment.
May I ask you to
Parents
summarize,
have the
please?
right to this decision. My summary, yes. Parents have the right to this decision. Please don't make it harder for families to decide between healthcare and education, whether they be immunized and attend school or not immunized and not attend school. So please oppose this bill that violates our exercise for freedom of religion. Mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Susan Alden.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm online, and I don't know if I missed my name or you're just cutting everybody off that's no longer.
I'm taking everyone who provided on-time testimony and then everyone here who is in the room who
Okay.
has signed up to testify. So thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
If you could keep the volume off, that'd be great. Back to you.
Mahalo. My name is Susan Alden. I've lived in the Ahupua'a of Ko'olaupoco for nearly 18 years. I'm a mom, a local business owner, a health practitioner, and an Army veteran. More importantly, I am a descendant of my ancestors and an ancestor to my descendants. I come from a long lineage of healers and clergy, all of whom believed in the sanctity of our bodies and the responsibility we have to keep the temples of our souls healthy. I stand here in behalf of all of them in strong opposition to HB 1118. While serving in the Army, I gave up my rights to bodily autonomy and was forced to follow the rigorous vaccine schedule mandated by my job in a quick reaction unit. When I was hospitalized for a week after a catastrophic reaction to the anthrax vaccine, I realized how far I had strayed from my family's beliefs by giving my bodily autonomy over to the government. Not long after my hospitalization, I voluntarily left the military. When I became a mother, I did extensive research on vaccinations with the support of a physician who was unafraid to offer truthful, unbiased information about the vaccines on the childhood schedule.
I'll need you to summarize, please.
Staying educated, informed, and true to our family's beliefs as my children have navigated school has not been easy. I believe wholeheartedly that parents, not the government, have the right to make decisions for our keki's health. I understand the importance of public health, having worked in this field for decades in clinical settings within DoD and VA. However, repealing religious exemptions in the name of public health infringes upon our fundamental rights to freedom and bodily autonomy, freedom of religion and bodily autonomy. This discriminatory bill would deny families equal access to schools, including the public schools that our hard-earned tax dollars pay for, create division in our communities, and negatively impact the schools that so many of us give our time, energy, and resources to support.
Thank you.
I respectfully request you kill this bill, uphold your duties to our Constitution and all citizens in Hawaii.
Thank you very much. Next, Tarita Tohotu.
Aloha mai kākou. Aloha o Iesu Yahweh a me mā ko ke kahi o tarita te hotu ko inoa. No aina pula pula vai manalo mai au. So I stand in oppose of this bill because the repeal of non-medical exemptions would remove religious objections to immunization for school entry. Also, the repeal's effect and the non-attendance of students adhering to their religious beliefs could result in a significant number of affected public schools, plus private schools as well. DOH Director Fink testified on February 7, 2025, that during the 2023-2024 school year, Hawaii's non-medical exemptions rate rose to 5.3%, with 55 of 382 schools having rates over 10%. You can look at the public charter schools and all of the data that is listed online. Also, Keith Hayashi, the Department of Education Superintendent, in written testimony filed on February 7, 2025, states the following.
Summarize, please.
Okay, so Allowing students with medical conditions or exemptions to attend public and charter schools while excluding those with religious vaccination exemptions creates a scientifically unfounded distinction. There is likely no evidence or consensus that disease would differentiate between these three groups of unvaccinated students. If you read my testimony, I speak about the three different ones, and actually today there's a fourth one, because there are people that that have no religion, they don't believe, but yet they still they don't want to do that. So I highly oppose this. I highly oppose this. Please. Mahalo nui.
Testimony. Appreciate it. Michelle Ramos. And after Michelle is Christopher Lott.
Thank you.
Sure.
My name is Michelle Ramos, and this is very uncomfortable for me. I don't get involved in politics. My expertise is being a mom and taking care of my babies, and that's where I feel like I'm an expert, and I feel like the government should not have a right to take that away from me. I have a daughter that had a transplant and is one of the population in the immunocompromised that you guys talk about. And when the doctors told me that she had to get vaccinated, I asked them, I said, okay, can you please show me the studies that this is a good thing for my daughter? And they could not do it. I got called the CDC, and they said there are inherent risks up to, into including she could die from vaccines. It was that point that I made the decision not to vaccinate her. And the reason being is that the science is just not there. I called, I researched, and I dug, and it's not there. And one of the reasons why it hurts me is because these things are being said to protect people like my child, but I'm the mother, and I've lived. I birthed her, I've raised her, I was in those hospitals for months and months. I give her medications every day. I know what's best for my daughter, and you should not take that right away from me. I should be the one to be able to decide that. And if something ever happened to her because she was mandated to get a vaccine, is that on you? Are you guys gonna do something to help my family, to help her? Because she's the one, and I'm the one that have to live with this every single day. It's her body and my decisions to put that in her, and I will live with the consequences of that, not you. So if I have to live with those consequences, then it should be my choice. The last thing I want to say is that it is my choice. It is all of our choices right now at this point. So if there is an outbreak, if somebody does get hurt, that's on us. That's our individual decisions that we made individually. But if you guys pass this law and you make it a requirement, if just one person gets sick, that will be on you. That will be your decision that you forced upon us. And I don't think that's right. And I don't know how you will sleep at night. So if you want to vote for this bill, think of my daughter who is immunocompromised. And if she gets hurt, that will be on you. And I don't know how you'll sleep. So I do pray and hope that you please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michelle Ramos, and then Christopher Lott. Yes, Christopher Lott.
Man, I'm whipped. I've been here since the beginning of this, and I applaud y'all. It's been a sandblasting that you guys got today from the opposition to this bill. I just noted that there wasn't one person supporting it that came up here in person and testified, take it out of their time to come up here and testify in support of the mass vaccination of children. You know, there was a gal came in here. She had the little daughter in the blue dress. Her name is Sophia, I noted. I got a granddaughter that's about that age. And I'm an old beat-up Navy diver. I've been vaccinated with everything that you could possibly imagine since 1960.
Speaking to the microphone.
And I've been healthy. I've been healthy. I have hardly been sick. But I got vaccinated in 2020, and I tell you what, man, I'm sick now. I got coughs all the time. I got chest colds. And I'm worrying about my granddaughter now. We're going to stuff another needle into her and put that chemical into her. What's she going to face the rest of her life? That's you guys got a heavy responsibility on your shoulders right now. And really, I'm
May I
serious.
ask you to summarize?
Y'all are looking at me right now and paying attention. I'm thankful for that because it's been a tough, grueling day. And I just stand in opposition to it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've heard all the on-time testimony and all the testimony from everybody who's here. Who said they wanted to testify. So now we're going to move on and go to questions from members. And then we've already asked for everybody who wanted to testify, sir.
No, I did it online. And,
I come on up and testify and give me your name. Yeah, and I've read
Thank
all
you.
the names of everybody who's going to testify. And what's your name, sir?
James Wallace.
Okay, James Wallace, please
All
proceed.
right. Thank you guys for having me and giving me this opportunity.
Sure.
And I oppose HB 1118. This is another useless bill, and here's why. Number one, will not improve Hawaii. Pass bills that will get Hawaii out of the dump. Number two, majority of the testimony votes here and online is against this bill, as always, and shouldn't pass. Number three, freedom of religion. It's an open and shut case. Governor Green does not supersede the Constitution. No one else does. So I'm encouraging everybody right now to do the research on Open VAERS. Open VAERS report, VAERS means Vaccine Adverse Event Report System, okay? Since then to now, January 31st, 2025, 2,659,050 reports, 38,398 COVID vaccine deaths, 49,282 total report deaths, 128,000 COVID vaccine report hospitalizations. So my question right now.
Summarize, please.
Yeah, my question is, do we care about vaccine death, including children? Why do you guys support bills that attack our children? I don't understand that. If this bill is passed, my conclusion is intentional to ruin Hawaii even more, starting with our kids, and that's sad, irresponsible, and demonic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's all the testimony that's been submitted on time, and all the testifiers who are here in person said they wanted to testify. So we've covered everybody. Thank you very much to the testifiers. There are people who signed up late, and because of the time, we're not going to be able to take the late testimony. I have made sure that every one of the members of this committee has their testimony that they submitted, and we gave it to all the members as soon as we received it. And so we have your testimony, even if you weren't able to testify in person. I know there may be some people waiting on Zoom, but they signed up late. And as you read on the hearing notice, late testimony, we're able to accept it at the discretion of the chair, and because of the time, we're going to go into our next step in this hearing, which is to ask questions. So I'll offer the opportunity for members if they wish to ask questions. Members, let me just see if any questions. Representative Garcia first.
Thank you, Chair. First question is for Dr. Kim Hain of Hawaii for Informed Consent. Thank you, Dr. Hain, for being here. First of all, what kind of doctor are you? And then you're with Hawaii for Informed Consent. Who makes up that group? But my specific question to you, Dr. Hain, is the bill still allows for medical exemptions. As of now here in Hawaii, the law allows for parents to have religious and medical exemptions. This would remove that religious exemption. But how often are medical exemptions granted to parents for actual cases?
All right, the microphone fell down. Could you lift that microphone up? Charlotte, could you help with that? No, Charlotte will get it. It's okay.
Start by saying thank you.
Hold on a second. We want to get the microphone up there for you.
Okay. Are we good? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to thank you all for staying here so late, and thank you to every one of these parents and grandparents and aunties. I'm exhausted. You must be exhausted. So thank you for hearing our voice today, and thank you for the question. Representative Garcia, 1 minute's not a lot of time to really get any point across, I think.
Go ahead and answer the question, please.
So HFIC, Hawaii for Informed Consent, was founded by a group of healthcare practitioners, either ex or current. And I was a pediatric chiropractor. Is it this?
I think it's just, can you let go of the mic and then
Okay.
talk? Yeah, please
Sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah. Better?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I was a pediatric chiropractor for almost 20 years in the 90s and the 2000s. And, you know, I witnessed firsthand that chronic disease explosion that RFK Jr. always talks about. And I just want to say, infectious disease is really important, but I'm telling you, if you stop and look around, it's really the chronic disease that's going to bankrupt this country. It's going to destroy us. We have 1 in 34 kids right now on the autistic spectrum. I'm going to say it again, 1 in 34. That's an epidemic beyond imagine. And we have autoimmune disease, we have allergies, we have, anaphylactic allergies. I never had that when I was a kid. Did any of you that are my age,
Thank you. I mean, could we?
Yeah, but I'll get to the question, but one really important
I need
point.
you to answer the question, please, and focus on that.
Really important point. The NIH did a study, and they found that the inflection point of chronic disease, when it started to happen, was in 1989. And that's exactly when immunity was granted to the pharmaceutical company.
Ma'am,
and
I need you to answer
vaccine
the
schedule
question,
started to
because
explode.
we need
So
to move on to other questions.
medical exemptions are non-existent in this state. That's the truth. Because there was an administrative rule that passed in 2020, again under Dr. Green, and they basically gutted the medical exemption. They said that family history doesn't matter anymore, and that there's a very short list like anaphylaxis, brain swelling, or thrombocytopenia. There's very few issues that qualify for a religious exemption. And doctors are afraid to write them because a lot of California doctors got, there was a witch hunt after them, and they got sued by the medical board. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm going to have the IT fix that. Thanks so much, I appreciate. Yeah, we just need to put that thing back on so that it.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. I think we're okay now. Other questions?
Sure.
Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank everyone for being here and testifying. I want to especially thank Department of Health for sitting there. You were the first one to testify, and my question is for you, sir. Based on your testimony and your statement position that herd immunity is critical, my question is, how did Department of Health analyze and determine and target that only children in school and not the total population should experience and be mandated to make sure they have this immunization? Because logically, it doesn't make sense to me that you're talking about herd immunity and you're targeting just a very small part of the population, which are our children. So how does that make sense? And again, how do you analyze that and make that determination?
All states.
No, it's okay, just go ahead and speak.
All states require vaccines for school entry, similar to Hawaii. And in Hawaii, over at least 90% of students' families have gotten their students vaccinated. The importance of vaccination is particularly important in congregate settings. And like we've seen actually in the current Texas outbreak, it began among children aged 5 to 17 who were unvaccinated. So of the, now it's 90 cases, and if you look at the distribution, most of the kids are that school age, and then the next distribution are kids 0 to 4. So the belief is that in the congregate settings, such as schools, those students, because of their proximity, and there's a number of them, are at a high risk of exposing each other to infectious disease. And then when those students are exposed and infected, they can go home and then infect their families. And then from there, it extends into the community. And that is exactly what we're seeing in the Texas outbreak. So by protecting children at schools, it actually protects the entire community, because the interaction of that congregate setting, particularly with that school age, is where the greatest risk of rapid exposure occurs.
Thank you. Can we go on to the next question?
Yeah. Can I get a follow-up question, Chair? Or you
One
have somebody
more
else?
follow-up, and we have other representatives who want to ask questions.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Question again for Department of Health. You stated in your testimony that you made a very strong statement that if the bill is not passed, that the likelihood of a large-scale outbreak is high. So I'm wondering, how are you able to draw this conclusion when, number one, medical exemptions are still in place, so that number will be static. Pre-established non-medical exemptions are protected, so that number is also static and will be carried forth. So the only variable will be the number of new non-medical exemptions, which are now prevented from becoming exempt, which is a very undetermined number and possibly very insignificant. So I'm wondering how you can make a very strong statement that the risk of outbreak is high based on what I just stated.
Thanks for the question. Please go ahead, Dr. Fink.
So if you look at the trend of vaccination rates and exemption rates, it is a significant upward trend. So as we continue on that trajectory, we would expect the rate of exemptions to continue increasing, if not potentially accelerate. So that's kind of the key reason why. Now, what we were seeing with, again, when measles was considered eliminated by the US in 2000, and I shared my data earlier about the return of measles and how it is occurring more frequently throughout the US and the world, the risk of having measles reach Hawaii is much higher. And as we have a higher unvaccinated rate, the risk just continues to increase. Now, seeing that upward trend, that trajectory, I think there is two ways to go depending on risk. And I think it's a very good point. This measure does grandfather in those with existing religious exemptions. In so doing, it would change the trajectory, the upward trajectory, more gradually. And if we act early, we can afford potentially a more gradual change. If we wait and the exemption rate is higher and the vaccination rate is lower, we may need to take a more drastic change. Now, my concern is I've really dug into the data in Texas, and I think the longer it takes to change the trajectory, the greater the vulnerability we continue to have.
Thank you very much. Let's go on to other questions from other
Thank you, Chair.
representatives. Representative Peruso.
Thank you, Dr. Fink. If you could just stay there for a second. So I have been looking at the numbers, and we got some estimations of about 55 out of 282 public schools had exemption rates over 10%. Is that consistent with, your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And then digging more deeply into that data, it strikes me that these populations of, or at least schools, are not equally distributed, right? So we have pockets, and I would say in particular complex areas. We have a combination, it looks like, of public charter schools and public schools, and also private schools that contribute to a high percentage of exemptions in that area. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. But then I look further into the data, and actually, when you look at the private school rates of exemptions, some of them are at 60%, 70%, or higher, and yet we're talking here. So I have two concerns. One is that we're really focusing on public schools, and I think that is because that is one area, the area that the governor thinks that he can control. He might not feel like he can control the private schools. Is that kind of consistent with your understanding, or?
The current vaccine requirements apply to all schools.
So all schools. So even from those private schools, then no students would be admitted if they were seeking a religious exemption. That would not be granted.
As the bill is currently drafted, yes.
Okay, so those private schools would lose a large number of students as well.
Yes. I can't.
Okay, so my real concern is about the nature of this approach to public health policy. And I think that everyone in Hawaii understood in 2020, as we were all going through COVID together, that we were seeing an emergence of vaccine resistance and vaccine hesitation. And yet, it's been 5 years, and I'm a former teacher, so I am pretty deeply connected to teachers across the state. I have heard nothing about the Department of Health going and having community conversations in hotspots, right? You can identify areas that have high percentages of students using the religious exemption. You've been able to do that for quite a while, right? Okay, so my question is, why haven't you done the background work? Like laying the foundation for good public policy. Why are we here as a result of not having had those, granted, difficult conversations? But I think we could be spared a lot of this resistance if there was consensus building over time, rather than an imposition of this kind of measure from above. So my question is, why haven't we done that work?
Okay, thanks for the question. Please go ahead, Dr. Fink.
So I think that's an incredible value to hearing this measure. That is an opportunity to reach a very broad audience, to raise awareness of the extent of vaccinations, the importance of vaccinations. So I really appreciate the chair's hearing this measure, and I think if it continued to go, it continues to provide opportunities to have this discussion, to raise awareness. So this is one way to broadly reach a lot of folks. For the religious exemptions, to the extent that they are bona fide religious practices, can we talk to people about changing their religious beliefs? I respect their religious beliefs. So, to that extent, yes, we're certainly can do more outreach to the community. We're looking at other measures. We have another bill to increase access to vaccines that choose to get vaccinated. So we do need to look at multiple strategies for how to increase awareness. I do personally believe that there is factual information circulating. I believe there's some misinformation circulating. It's been reported 50% of folks get their health information through social media. So we can try to provide information. And one of the things which is a priority for the department is being transparent about what we're doing. And I'm here explaining what we're doing and why. And I'm sitting here and listening to everybody. And I hear what they're saying. And I understand if this were to pass, it would have an impact. I also believe if it doesn't pass, it will have an impact. And that's the dilemma we're in right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Certainly. Representative Bellotti.
For Dr. Fink. So I'm interested about the language in the bill that says that this section does not prohibit a pupil who qualifies for an individualized education program pursuant to federal and state law from accessing any special education and related services required by their individualized education program. Have you had conversations with the Department of Education about how this section will be implemented? And is the Department of Health prepared to allow some of its budget to be utilized for these students who will, like some of them, will likely qualify for IEPs and then have to be homeschooled, and then they're going to have to access these services. So has there been a conversation about the fiscal impacts of this?
There's not been a conversation about the fiscal impact.
That's disappointing because we are having huge fiscal concerns.
But just to clarify, right, so okay, I'm sorry. So you're suggesting that
there's a fiscal
students
aspect.
Students who would qualify under IDA today, but are not receiving services through IDA, will become eligible for IDEA where they could have a religious exemption?
There are going to be families who are affected by this, who will not be able to attend public school, but will qualify for IEP services. And then in that event, this language says that this child will not be prohibited. So there's going to have to be an external system of services set up. So while I'm hearing that this is a well-thought-out plan.
I'm sorry, the bill allows them to have religious exemptions.
No, but they would have to have services.
Let's let Representative
Okay,
Bellotti do the question.
Can you explain where in the bill that
Dr.
it says
Fink
that they're
respond.
allowed to have for religious exemptions? Because, and this is different. Now you are saying that there is actually a religious exemption in this bill. Can you explain that?
So in the bill, I don't know that I have a copy in front of me. Let me see.
The language in the bill says, it's paragraph C, this section, which is the mandatory vaccination and no longer has a religious exemption. This section does not prohibit a pupil who qualifies for an individualized education action program pursuant to federal and state law from accessing any special education and related services required by their individual education program. That's what the language says.
So those students would be permitted to continue to receive those services
But they will.
at school.
Yes. Oh, they'll be allowed to.
Excuse me, it's the question from the representatives, a response from an individual, no commentary from anybody else.
Okay, so I want to get this on the record. So you're saying that a student who is able to claim, who doesn't claim an exemption, but then doesn't want to take the vaccinations, is going to be allowed to be in school? Because that's where they're going to be able to get their IEP services.
So my understanding of what the intent of the bill is, and this was based on what has occurred in Connecticut, that students under receiving services under an IDEA would not be subject to what this bill would otherwise change.
Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions? Let's go back.
Maybe this is something that you should clarify with the Attorney General's, and I don't know if the Attorney General's office is here, but I don't think.
No, I don't think so, but that's a good suggestion.
Because I don't know that that's, if we understand the provision of IEP services, and then what this bill is saying, and if IEP services are provided in schools, then there's a lot of misinformation even about this bill. This is not a clear bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Garcia, you had another question?
Yes, for Dr. Fink. How many vaccines right now are on the childhood schedule? And can you guarantee that all the vaccines which would be required will not transmit any disease?
So for the vaccines that are currently required.
How many of them?
So I'll work backwards. For 7th grade, it is meningococcal, HPV, and Tdap. For kindergarten, it is DTaP, polio, MMR, varicella, Hep B, Hep A. And then for childcare, it's additionally Haemophilus influenza and pneumococcal.
Okay, and so to my understanding, there's over 70 vaccines required. And can you guarantee that those kids who receive the vaccines, who will be forced to receive these vaccines, that they will not receive measles if they're vaxxed for measles? They will not get mumps or rubella if they take MMR. Can you guarantee that these vaccines will 100% prevent these diseases with these kids?
So I can say that, as was said, that vaccines are not risk-free. I can say that the potential harms of benefits, potential harms of vaccination are greatly exceeded by the benefits of protecting from the consequences of getting infected from those diseases. So that is the net benefit, is that the harms of the infection would exceed the potential harms by far of vaccination. But I would agree, and I'm not here going to say vaccines have zero risk.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, members? There being no further questions, we're going to go right into decision-making. Thank you, Dr. Fink. Thank you to all the testifiers for being here today. Okay, now we're going to go forward into testimony, and I will request that there be no commentary from the audience while we go through decision-making. And no cheering and no booing and no any verbalizing. This is our job now to do this. This is a representative democracy. We're doing our job to make our decision. After having listened to all of you and after having read all the testimony and talked to others who, for one reason or other, chose not to provide testimony, okay? So what we're going to do is I will make my recommendation, and then I will ask for questions or concerns. And then individual representatives will be able to say what they wish to say, and then we'll go for a vote, okay? But I would courteously request that you keep your comments to yourself. That's very important. Okay. So my recommendation for House Bill 1118, House Draft 1, relating to non-medical exemptions to immunization requirements, after a great deal of study of your testimony and in consultation with a number of health professionals in my family and in my community and in the state, and also just consultation with my good friends who are religious clergy. You know, I'm a practicing Catholic, so I met with my priest and other priests that I know and brothers and consulted with them and really studied this. So based on all of that, my recommendation is that we pass this with technical amendments for clarity, consistency, and style, and that we adopt the recommended amendment from the Department of Education, which was to correct a misnamed, it says Individualized Education Action Program, and it's not, the word action is not included. An IEP is just an individualized education program. So we just strike the word action. And you may wonder, why am I making this decision? And people have said, well, it's not constitutional. Well, the constitutionality of statutes like this are subject to a test set forth in the U.S. Supreme Court case Employment Division versus Smith. And in Smith, the court held that if a law that incidentally burdens religious exercise is neutral and generally applicable, it is constitutional, so long as it has a rational basis. Neutrality means that it was enacted without hostility to religion. I have no hostility to religion. I am an active practitioner of religion. And that the general applicability means that it is a repeal law is generally applicable if it provides for objective and mandatory rather than individualized and discretionary exemptions, and that it grants exemptions that do not undermine the government's asserted interest in public health. So even where states have continued to allow medical exemptions to vaccination based on objective criteria, courts have upheld the repeal of non-medical or religious exemptions because medical exemptions are themselves designed to protect health. I want to emphasize that this measure was carefully drafted in consultation with the Attorney General. And while we should continue to have questions and debates, as the legislator have stated, and this is still a long process ahead for this bill, we've taken a number of steps to ensure that it would meet the neutrality and general applicability tests. And it's because of the way this is crafted that we would make sure that we amended the HRS so that the medical exemption, which remains in the bill, is mandatory rather than discretionary and remains based on the objective criteria of having a certification from a medical professional. And then we added to the statute to grandfather in any child who had a religious exemption prior to the 2025-26 school year, which is not a requirement, but which some courts have credited as evidence of a state continuing to accommodate religious beliefs. And third, we removed some problematic language from the statute which does not relate to the school immunizations, but nonetheless appears to require a constitutionally questionable inquiry into a person's membership in a, quote, established church. So that's why you'll see some changes in the statute to address those. I am concerned that Hawaii's overall non-medical exemption rate has grown to 5.3%, with 55 of 382 schools reporting non-medical exemption rates exceeding 10% of their student population. Decreasing immunization coverage due to rising rates of exemptions which have no medical basis, does increase the risk for vaccine-preventable disease outbreaks that can be potentially fatal to children who attend school. While immunizations reduce risk of severe illness for everyone, this trend is especially concerning for students with medical conditions who are unable to be immunized and who must rely on their vaccinated peers to prevent the introduction of vaccine-preventable diseases in their schools. So my recommendation is to pass with amendments, the technical amendments, and accept the amendment from the Department of Education. I urge all members here to vote their conscience, and you can tell me what you think. And so I'm asking now questions or concerns from members. I'll start over here. Anyone over here? Nope. 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 Over here. Questions or concerns? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. I do not agree whatsoever with your assessment of the Constitution. I think the bill is clearly unconstitutional. To say that this falls in line with the First Amendment, while you tell people you can no longer practice your religion, it doesn't make sense to me. There was over 2,000 pieces of testimony submitted against this bill, just over 100 in support. And you said earlier, this is democracy in action. This is not democracy in action. The people of Hawaii have spoken. They said no to this bill. It's talked about the reason that it's needed is for herd immunity. Have we asked the question why the number has dropped below 95%? Have we asked the question why it's dropped below 95%? Is it because there's a lack of trust from the public? So should not the health department focus on restoring trust with the people instead of forcing them and coercing them against their will to take vaccines? So for all those reasons, for all the reasons that was spoken here today, I hear you, we hear you, and I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Garcia. Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Chair. I would echo and agree with everything my colleague, Representative Garcia, shared. Based on the overwhelming testimony, both in quantity and in substantial points that are very fact and objective, and in contrast, I feel like in all due respect, Dr. Fink, Department of Health's arguments were not very solid. They seemed more speculative in nature. I will be voting a strong no.
Thank you very much, Representative. Anyone else with questions or concerns? Representative Takayama.
First of all, I'd like to thank you, Chair, for your recommendations and for all members for their patience throughout the hearing. I, for one, have no doubt about the sincere beliefs of everyone heard from this afternoon, and I thank you all for your testimony. I'm not a medical doctor. I know some who are, and they include Dr. Fink, who we heard from, and as well as our governor. And I find it credible when they tell us that the passage of this measure is important to protect our children's health. I also find it credible to read the testimony from the pediatricians and family doctors we heard from, who say that we are at risk of experiencing an outbreak of crippling or even deadly diseases here in Hawaii because of our vaccination rates. So for all those reasons, I support the measure, and I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or concerns, members? Sure. Representative Peruso.
So I think that in my questioning, it became clear that I do have some sources of opposition to this bill, and I think it's really unfortunate that we're here because I think this issue could have been handled so much better. And I am hoping that this is not just a performative act. And I'm hoping that this is not our idea of public outreach. And I'm hoping that the Department of Health comes to the communities. I have one complex in my complex area where this is an issue. I'm hoping the Department of Health comes and has these conversations with community members so that we can really make change and move people and have, you know, these kinds of conversations in a way that people don't feel like they're responding to an oppressive act. So I will be voting no.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bellotti.
I'm going to vote with reservations at this point. I think it's extremely disappointing that if this was truly a priority of the governor, that the Attorney General would have been present to answer questions specifically of a judicial nature, because I think there's quite a bit of litigation occurring that we need to be informed about. And so, but if this is the way we're going to do public health outreach to rile up the community in this manner, then at this point I will vote with reservations and hope that we get some better conversation and dialogue around this bill as this bill continues to move forward.
Thank you. Very good suggestion. I will convey that to the Attorney General. We wish that you had been here or the deputy would have been here. Any other comments or concerns? Representative Poi Poi, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just really quickly, I share similar concerns as mentioned by Representative Pruso and Bellotti. I am going to vote with reservations as well.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments or concerns? If not, Vice Chair for the vote. Please keep quiet.
Voting on House Bill 1118 HD1 with amendments. Chair votes aye. Representative Cochran is excused. Representative Hashem. Aye. Representative Kahaloa is excused. Representative Takayama.
Aye.
Okay. Representative Todd is excused. And then I have Representatives Poi Poi and Bellotti with reservations and Representatives Peruso, Garcia, and Shimizu as no votes. Okay, recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. There being no further business before this committee, we are adjourned.